Hello everyone and welcome again to the day 15 of the 5th week of CrossFire West League. I'm Zika Star and with me Omar. Hi Omar.
Hi, Koshari. I'm happy to be with Zika today. It is my honor to work with this man. I'm a huge fan. To say the least, we can recap yesterday and pay attention to the standings because you missed it yesterday, but it's fine. Like we were all watching this. It's CrossFire West, and I'm super happy about it. You know, GG kind of climbed the unKnights, ROC, Anubis as always. They're the ones competing. Anubis still has a game to perform.
Yes, for today's matches, yes, this is the standing which shifted a lot these couple past weeks, but GG is on the top of the standings. A lot shifted yesterday,
especially,
yes, from ROC Esports going on the first place to the third place.
Yeah, I mean, GG, we could argue that when Spoxy wasn't around, they did lose a game or two, if I'm not mistaken. But now that Spoxy's there, I feel like they're here in full force and ready to go. And I'm very, very impressed by not just GG, unKnights, ROC, especially Anubis. Anubis, formidable Egyptian team, very strong organization. They've been around for years, and we did have a couple interviews with the MVPs with them, and they did mention that they're here to stay and they're here to compete, you know.
True.
And today's matches are not any different from the previous days of this week or the previous weeks. It's amazing, man. I love CF West. What do you think, man?
I think this first game is an opportunity for 999 to shift the results for them again and get some odds in their favor against Anubis, who had a rough start. But they managed to get to the fourth place. Entropy versus GV. This is a match to highlight. This is a match to watch today. And for the last series, we have TBI versus ROC Esports.
I mean, the middle match is going to be the most important one to me because I feel like the first and the third match might not be as challenging, but surprises can happen. These are all pro teams, you know what I mean? And they can all stand out in one way or another. And I respect all of them.
Same for me. So the first series, the first best of three, will have 999 versus Anubis Gaming. 999.
999, yeah.
Yeah, they have
They've struggled a lot.
Yes,
really.
But Anubis, they are awakened. They are in the top performance, we may say. How do you see this matchup?
I mean, this not just looking at the standings and looking at the win rates. You know, I've watched 999 play, and I feel like they didn't have enough exposure to the game itself in the matches that they sadly had technical difficulties with. You know, so I really think with this game, I don't want to be mean, but it's not really gonna depend on the maps either, you know, because Anubis is more hungry for it, I guess. Like they're fighting for it, and 999, I don't see a way where they can reach top 4 even if they win all their next games.
I totally agree. 3 weeks, just 3 weeks remaining in this split. CrossFire West League Season 1, Anubis versus 999 or 999. This game is an opportunity for them because the prize money, $225,000. So each match, each series counts.
Yeah, I mean, when Hazem was here, I always highlighted BYK and Dipsy as well, so I'll take the opportunity to do so, man. Like, these players, nonetheless, regardless of their organization that they're in right now, they're very respectful players, very, very strong AUM players as well. They're probably hybrids, if I'm not mistaken. They can play multiple weapons. And yeah, like I'm excited. You know, I love watching Anubis play, to be honest. They're one of my favorite teams, not just because I'm Egyptian. I like watching GG too, and I have Turkish roots, so maybe I am a little bit biased, you know.
I'm sure. I'm on your side. I agree that Anubis, each game we see different MVP. Each game we see different carry for this team to get a match, a leg in the series.
Yes.
So Anubis perfectly executing their games
100%.
very well. But for 999, we see a lot of potential. We know the team is new. We know the team had some difficulties.
Yeah.
Yes. but they managed to get to the West League, and this is a privilege for
Of
them.
course.
They have
Of
to
course.
they have
Try
to
their best, yeah.
get this chance and get the most of it, so they can come in the second season stronger, and maybe the upcoming weeks.
Yeah, I mean, our casters did highlight yesterday as well that for teams like 999, TBI and stuff, it's still early in the season, in the year as well, you know, like they have a lot of opportunity.
True.
Even if they don't come out in the first season strong, they're gonna improve later on. Here we're looking at the Anubis Gaming roster, man. Like, what a roster. Dipsy, Doom, Jaguar, Cosmics, Sad, not Sad, sorry, the rest of
Yes,
them. Anyways,
Sad
we all know
Comics,
them
yeah.
and we love them. Anyways, if I could give a prediction, yeah, Sad. See, I wasn't mistaken. I got confused. If I could give a prediction, since it's the first game of the day and it's pretty early or evening time, to say the least, I really think that Anubis is just gonna sweep this away 2-0.
Okay, that's a bold prediction from us, well, but the boys are locked and ready, as we see on the player cam. We see Jaguar performing really well the few last weeks,
Yeah.
and here is the roster for 999,
yeah.
CRS, BYK, Dane. We know these players perform really well, but 999 choke a lot.
Yes, I
Especially
agree.
they perform really well on a decisive round, and then it just
Yeah, and we've seen this pattern amongst the bottom. I don't want to say the bottom four, but the people who have been struggling to secure some wins in the past few weeks or since the season started. You know, they might win game one or they might lose game one and win game, and then win game two, but they don't have enough to execute.
yeah. I think it depends on the map draft, maybe, and the stamina each team has.
Definitely.
So
The mental, yeah.
we will say and we will see that 999 may perform really well on this map, but Anubis Gaming, we saw a difficult and a rough start from them on the first week and maybe some days of the second week, but they knew their problem, they knew their mistakes, and they stated that we are developing our play style, we are getting there, and they came
back
well.
stronger, and I've seen it, you know, after the first interview, I think it was with Doom, and he came and told me himself, and like that was the first win they had after 2 losses, if I'm not mistaken.
True.
And they said like we're not just here for this series or playoffs. No, their goal is like world championships and possibly the World Cup, as they say, for CF, you know. And I'm excited to see them try to accomplish that with the other remaining teams of the top 4.
Yes, each series and each match count for each team to get the most of this prize money from the CrossFire West League Season 1. We're just in Season 1, and this is the 5th week of CrossFire West League. Anubis has pretty big chances to win this game, like you said.
I would say 90% Anubis is going to win this, unless if 999 have some, I don't know, like extra things up their sleeve. Who knows, you know.
And here is the map draft. We saw many times that Anubis prefer and favor the sub-base, but now 999 plays sub-base on the ban.
Yeah, I mean, to think about it, to say the least, 999 banned sub-base because Anubis have had some great performances on that. Eagle Eye, I think it's just a default map. They don't want to even possibly lose a game 1. It's just a default ban. Blackwood on port makes sense on both teams, but I really like the pick from 999, which is Ankara. But nonetheless, I really think Anubis has played Ankara. I think all Egyptian teams love to play Ankara, and it's phenomenal, to be honest. I'm sorry, I'm gonna stop being biased right now, but it's fine. Anyways, I think 999 picked Ankara because I think they're trying to make a statement. Hopefully, they want to prove something to beat Anubis, but we're gonna have to wait and see. Mexico as a decider, it's just like, you know, it's just a random default map that not many people know how to play it, you know.
It's just a placeholder. It's just let's say filling the gap for after the draft, maybe. But I think that Anubis managed to get 999 cornered by banning the port on the 4th map. So here is the usual question for me, for Hazim X. who is your player to watch this game?
I mean, I have to say, man, it's probably Dipsy and Dean.
Dipsy and Dean. Okay.
I don't know if his camera's there. Maybe that's why the one. Either way, see, they're all smiling, but I feel like Anubis seems a bit more focused and locked in, you know, because I think they just have more on the line. Because for 999, I'm not discrediting them. I'm just saying, yeah, like we're in week 5, you haven't really gotten many wins. So maybe in this series, it might be or might not be over. But nonetheless, I'm optimistic for all teams in this series, and they'll continue to prove themselves throughout the year. Yeah.
Yes, for 999, we're trying our best. We're trying to develop our game and strat. But for Anubis, I have a chance to get a little bit up in the standings. So
I hope so.
Getting every game as my last game, and I think this game will, and the first game of this series will tell us a lot
interesting.
about how we gonna see how 999 and Anubis will play. But I'll leave it here for the casters, Elifash and Laz. The mic is yours.
Hey, thanks very much, boys, and definitely appreciate it. Yeah, this is definitely a good little bit of a matchup for us, right? First time that you and I get to be on the desk together and get to cast, and we got ourselves a very interesting day, one to say the least here, Jordan.
Yeah, look, I don't know if it's going to go the same way as the rest of this week has gone, because it's been a pretty crazy week. I know you're jumping in for the first day of this week for yourself, but Neo and I, we've had some crazy days, Friday, Saturday, both finishing under 4 hours. So whether or not we're going to get the same kind of result today, I don't know necessarily. I mean, I think there's 2 matches here that I would think should probably be 2-0s and probably should be quick 2-0s as well, considering the pace of some of the results that those teams have been getting over the previous couple of weeks. But then the middle game, Entropy versus GV, I think could potentially be a little bit of a close one. Focusing in here on 999 and Anubis. For me, I think the form of these 2 teams really speaks for itself in terms of where this matchup should be going. Anubis obviously looking fantastic at the moment. They have been that sort of rising star team that I've actually been really kind of focusing on outside of obviously the top 3 when we're looking at the likes of ROC, unKnights, and Gaimin Gladiators. We always know that they're going to be pretty solid. It was kind of like, is there a 4th team that's going to be able to join them? And in previous seasons, I've kind of argued that that could have potentially been someone like GV. Now I'm looking at this Anubis roster and I'm thinking, actually, they're kind of seriously legit. They've looked fantastic over these last 2 weeks. And a game against 999, I think for them is really, it should be more of a formality than anything else. And then on the other side of the coin, 999 are a team that have obviously been struggling. They only just did pick up their first win, which was last week, the back end of last week over TBI. But look, you can't take too much from that result because TBI is the other team that has really been struggling in this season of CFWL. So looking at all of that put together and the fact that Anubis just eye test wise also are looking great in the server, I'm giving Anubis a 2-0 here, and I think it's going to be a pretty clean one too.
Yeah, no, I agree. I definitely think that this should be a formality as well for Anubis. Like, this should be a 2-0 on paper. It's more just about them making sure they actually play their game, right? And this is the thing, is like 999 really have struggled a lot this season. They got 1 win, that was versus TBI, and I think that was like a 10-5 victory, but really it's been kind of just them getting blown out of the water for the most part. But we've seen kind of these glimpses where they can play somewhat pretty decent Crossfire, right? So that's where we just have to see if they're all going to be able to play their full potential. Like, CRS is somebody I definitely look out for. Minchen's been around for forever, and of course Dane too, right? I mean, all these guys have, but those are kind of like my 2-3 guys I would look out for this team. So we'll find out. And again, Anubis have played this map before, and that was early in the season, and they actually lost it against unKnights. So we'll have to see if they can get a little bit more redemption on this to make that clean sweep like we talked about.
Yeah, certainly a lot to look forward to here, and I'm really hoping that Anubis is going to be able to live up to expectations, because if they can lock in a solid win here, it's just going to be further information and further progress, I think, for them as they look to sort of lock in that 4th position and maybe even cause a bit of a ruckus in the playoffs. I was saying to Neo the other day, I think this Anubis team, the way that they've been playing so far, I wouldn't be surprised to see them really challenging the top teams as well. And you can see straight out the gates, great shot from Jaguar, easy trade in there from Sad. It looks cohesive, it looks sharp, it looks brilliant from Anubis. And they have the A side, and frankly, they've probably got this round as well.
Yeah, they really should. And I mean, again, DJK is going to be able to find some ball. He's just going to go to the grave. And now CRS, honestly, he's just kind of in a weird mission by himself. Gets a little bit of a consolation prize, but Yeah, nothing at all. And I mean, Anubis take it pretty convincingly. They don't really hesitate, which is nice to see. They kind of go quickly. Jaguar, in my opinion, has been playing a really good season so far. I feel like he's been finding some good duels. He's been trying to be a playmaker a little bit. Maybe not pulling up the biggest amount of stats, but he's definitely a guy that's, really trying to create some kind of an opening. And it seems like he's really reinvented his game a little bit here, which is huge. And even now for Comics to be able to find the opening duel, not bad at all. I mean, that's just putting the Om to work, putting him in a 5-on-4 advantage early on in the round. Yeah, you love to see it for Anubis fans.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the things as well that I've also really appreciated about this Anubis team. And I think it's something that has potentially bled through into the rest of the meta as well. It's been a much faster season this season in CFWL, just across the board. Like, previous seasons, we really only saw it from ROC Esports, but look at the pace at which Anubis are liking to play with. They're not one of those teams that's sitting around and waiting for 45 seconds left to be on the clock or 30 seconds left to be on the clock before they make their push. And they should just go A here, and they do. They are willing to take that fight early. They are willing to play with the pacing and the timing. And I think that also kind of catches a lot of teams off guard because they're somewhat expecting something a little bit slower in a lot of cases. And Anubis is just so confident the way that they're playing at the moment that they kind of just run over teams sometimes. And you're getting the vibe that might be the case again today as well.
Yeah, and honestly, last season, I felt like they were just in this whole rebuilding phase and not really looking like the Anubis that we kind of thought they could be. So, like, the fact that, like you said, they're playing a lot better. Games have been quicker from them. So those are things that I'm loving to see because they kind of had this old style where they played this aggressive play. Then they kind of started reinventing themselves. And even right now, they were still putting a lot of pressure onto Dane right now. And he's just hoping for a duel. That's all he's looking for. So Anubis are going to be able to find a secondary round pretty convincingly. They kept, 3 alive before the C4 went down. But yeah, this is looking really, really good for them. A lot of improvement from what I saw early in the season already on this map. So I think for 999, they're going to have to figure out something to dig a little bit deeper now.
Yeah, that's the difficulty, though, is you don't really have a lot of time to think when you're playing up against a team like Anubis, and straight out the gate again, Dipsy's going to get himself an opener. An attempt there as well from Sad on the other side of the map, but Anubis are wasting no time on the B side of the map. Look at how fast Dipsy is in through the map. They just take that space when the opportunity presents itself. Now Dane, swinging across from the B connector. He'll fight both Doom and Jaguar going down, but still the trades are in and the numbers are there, and this Wolfpack style kind of persists for Anubis. 1v2 though for Comics to try to clutch this round out.
Yeah, this is weird. I mean, Comics is going to be able to pick up the C4, so this is big. So, he's got some timing, but again, he's going to have to make a decision if he actually wants to commit to this, but he's going to go all the way in the back and mid. This is interesting, actually. So he's mixing things up a little bit. Minchin's going to be the one that's going to be amazing on this. Oh, man, Comics had to be able to win that fight. He does. So now, this thing with a big advantage that was for 999 has just become a coin flip of a 50-50. BYK missing the shot, gets the intel. But look at Comics, man. He's not even scared at all. He's actually trying to bring the fight to it. But I'm going to make the connection, and 999 finally get themselves back on the board.
Yeah, definitely. You got to appreciate the positive approach again, though, from Anubis, and it does come down to a very close round, even after such a nice multi-kill from Dane. So 999, I don't think they're going to build a huge amount of confidence off of that, but at least it is something. It's a start. It's an improvement. Dipsy, once again, will start the round off with a kill. And it puts us back to a 4-on-5. And again, you can imagine that Anubis are not going to be wasting any time trying to take advantage of that.
Yeah, this is such a good pace from Anubis. Like, honestly, for all the rounds we've seen, they just keep winning these opening duels. So this just puts the 999 in the worst position, because then they have to decide, like, do we want to commit to a 2-2? Do we actually want to refight for, getting some kind of player advantage? And they're kind of stuck in this weird position right now. You can see Dane's kind of hesitating to go for this mid swing. He's going to commit to it now, so he's actually deep in mid pit. So this is good. Oh, man, he spots the back. Oh, that's perfect. But now can he get out of it? No, he will not. And Anubis, even the loss of one player, they're going to be able to find the two. Oh, this thing is just falling apart quickly. I love how fast we're seeing them just react. This is such a change from Anubis' style. And now BYK on a lone mission by himself with 9 HP to spare. This ain't looking good.
No, it's not. Doom? He's going to go down, though, so that's one thing to at least put in the back pocket of BYK. Still got to find himself this 2v1. It doesn't look like Jaguar or Comics are going to make the mistake of giving him an opportunity to find a pick here, pull it back to a 1v1. He's going to have to make that pick happen, and on low HP, It feels like the odds are pretty insurmountable right here. He's now been spotted out by Comics, who will just back up and wait for the swing from his teammate, and Jaguar gets the job done easily. So, easy as you like, this game is progressing for the moment.
Yeah, I'm loving what I'm seeing. Honestly, like, again, the fact that they're winning opening duels, even in these 2v1 situations, they're playing way more together. We saw in the past, like even last season, it was so easy to pick that apart where they do these weird setups where they just kind of go for big swings, like one-on-one fights that just made no sense at all. And their timings always felt a little bit off, but now things have just been polished, right? Things are looking so much better. Mixing up the strategies as well. Even going to go for the A-pop on this, go through vent. Jaguar is trying to lead as the entry, succeeds on it. Dane has no sort of an answer at all, so now BYK has to be able to lock this down to a draw. Oh, but man, yeah, he's just exposed and wide open. CRS gets a bit exposed through the smoke, and Dipsy once more here, Jordan, finding a double.
It's too easy at the moment for Anubis, isn't it?
Yeah, really.
4 on 2. This post plan, as it now is a post plan, as that bomb plan does go down. Would be no problem at all. They're going to have to push through the smoke, and Minchen, he's going to go down straight away. Nothing really to be said here for QJK. I mean, like, how are you possibly going to win this round? Okay, that's a nice kill from him. He might look for a little bit more here, but even still, he's got 2 to find. 20 seconds up on the clock here. Things should just happen together, and it does. Anubis going to win themselves another round.
Dang. This is looking good. It's looking real good. It's kind of questionable, these retake attempts, too, from 999. Like, you can tell they don't really have the util. They're not really positioning themselves that well. Like, they're kind of just hoping for a gunfight that'll go their way. So it's kind of more of, like, this really scrappy approach. Not really any structure on it, where Anubis is playing a lot better. Dipsy once again, man. Anubis finding themselves more success in the opening duel. Oh, man. 999 just cannot seem to find an opening duel for their life right now. So that is just beyond frustrating.
Yeah, as is to be expected. This is, like I said, a very good-looking team at the moment, this Anubis roster, which has really kind of surprised me a little bit. It's kind of come out of nowhere.
Yeah, really has.
Wasn't expecting much out of them this season, but they've kind of got it done, at least so far. I mean, the thing is, they're coming alive at the right time, right? There's a few weeks left in the season here, enough time to lock in your position in number 4 and build a bit of confidence and momentum going into the playoffs, and they're certainly doing that. Every game that we're seeing them play is looking fantastic at the moment.
Yeah, the fact that they're sitting in that top 4 right now with I think it was a 6-3 record, if I'm not mistaken, it's really good. And you're starting to see why, right? And like, again, I think there was a whole conversation about, you know, could GV be the team that's the top 4, which they're close on by, but Anubis really looked like it improved. And like, they're just getting fed these kills, man. Again, these one-on-one takes by 999, like no coordination at all. And Anubis are just sweeping the floor. Like, they're looking so much better already. Everything just seems like it's fitting perfectly. And I love the fact that we're seeing Dipsy actually just getting activated a little bit more too. He was a guy that had these like little glimpses of good plays, but now it's starting to seem like more consistently this season. He's been playing to his full potential, and just like that, again, finding another opening duel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dipsy has just been insane on the entry. I don't know if we've got a stat for that, like, for the whole season, but I would actually... Oh, look, maybe not for the whole season, but at least for these last 2 weeks, I reckon Dipsy would be up there in terms of most opening kills on both the BL side and the GR side.
Yeah.
He's just, it feels like every single round he's taking an opening fight. That's a bit awkward there for Comics. Timing has kind of got the better of him. Sad, he definitely needs this trade. He won't get it.
Whoa.
Big round from QJK. All of a sudden, 999 right back in the conversation for this round. And it's all off the back of QJK.
Yeah, it's just an individual play, right? QJK is just really just popping off, just finding himself some multi-kills, and Anubis kind of getting a little bit, maybe a little bit sleeping at the wheel in this one. Just leaving that C4 exposed. And, I mean, Jaguar's got himself a decent position here. He's got lots of HP, a little bit of utility. He's still got time to work with, too, so he can actually try to look for an engagement if he wants. He's actually going to go underpass. This is interesting. So he's going to try to sneak himself into A site. Cross, though. QJK should be able to find it. There it is. Huge multi-kill round from him, and the fact that it comes to him to, you know, get a snack in. He's been eating a little bit before the game, and look at him now. He's able to eat himself a full round here for 999.
Yeah, Minchen. Going to go hunting, and he's actually going to find Comics. Great attempt was in there as well from Jaguar, who was holding onto the bomb, so it has sort of started to fall apart a little bit for a second there, but Anubis, I mean, they're so quick in coming back into these rounds as well. That's the other thing. You know, you see 2 picks at the start of a round there for 999, you go, okay, they're right back into it, but then so quickly in response, Anubis just get absolutely booked, you know, get those 2 kills like that and absolutely book 999. All of a sudden, we're back to a 2v1. They know where Big is. He's going to go for a big old swing straight into 2 players watching that sideline. So, no back-to-back round this time for 999, and the proceedings will continue for Anubis.
Yeah, and it was looking so good, too. Like you said, this is the good replay of Minchin that actually finds an opening, and that was my biggest criticism, is the fact that 999 they were just kind of abysmal, right? They're not able to find any opening duels at all. And like you said, the fact that Anubis can just kind of bounce right into a round after they're down a deficit is huge, because not a lot of teams can do that. And even Sad, like, how does he get away with this? How's he running up mid? And now they're missed. Now they're going to be able to find these opening duels. Minchin trying to be the sole savior, but it's nothing. It's a short stay here in Hotel. And look at Anubis. They're just kind of playing with their food.
Yeah, they're making this one look so easy at the moment. Bick, again, to try to save the day. This time a 1v4, which is turned into a 1v3. But very little time to work with. 15 seconds left on the clock to prevent a 7th for Anubis in the first half. Comics, he'll go down for free. But, oh, hang on. There's a nice kill on the Sad. Big Though has run out of time. He's going to have to tap that defuse. He's going to have to sit it, and Jaguar is going to force him off of it, and that'll be the end of the first half. 7-2 lead for Anubis, which, look, I have to say, Laz, I called it. Like, this was exactly what I was expecting out of this matchup, and I am here for it.
Yeah, me too. No, I'm really, really glad to see Anubis is just kind of, you know, taking the business here and just kind of getting things done quickly, potentially, right? I mean, this is what we were all kind of expecting. A little bit of a sloppy peak from Dipsy, but so far Anubis have really just played their full game, and this is where the desk was talking about it too, just saying like, yeah, 999, like it should be a sweep against them, which, I mean, they are the severe underdogs and for a lot of reasons, but we'll see if they can take advantage of this situation and maybe get some rounds back on the board. But I mean, they took down the top fragger, Dipsy. That's a big impactful kill though. Let's not forget.
I mean, it's a start. It's definitely a start. But is it any more than that is going to be the real question mark here. And you've seen how quickly Anubis can come back into rounds. All it's going to take is a nice push timing from whoever's number 4 over there on the B side of the map. Sad. Or maybe a kill here from Comics if he can double it down. Oh, he does. But unfortunately, his teammate on the side, Jaguar, wasn't really able to do too much. And now that job has fallen on Doom, and it's a bit too much to ask. Sad was on the rotate, but he's still a little too far away to have any impact on this round. So, all said and done, it does look like it will end up being a round for 999. Sad does his best, but his best is not enough.
Yeah, that was probably one of the best rounds we've seen 999 have. Like, they win the opening duel, you know, then it's just them just kind of getting themselves a trade into the site. So they were doing a lot of good textbook plays, and that's what they needed, right? Anubis a little bit more sloppy on their end, but you know what? For 999, they've been able to find some good individual rounds where players are kind of getting some little pop-off moments, right? A couple multi-kills to get themselves something, but now I'll be curious what Anubis want to do with this. They've been really fast so far in this game. Now being on the GR side, they want to keep putting on that pressure, but Sad really wants to contest it. Okay. Yeah, going to take down BYK. Man, he has not been able to stay alive at all. This guy seems like he's always the sacrificial lamb in this team right now.
Dane. Oh, he's going to catch Comics.
Ooh.
And he's going to take some nice space, though. Jaguar is still lurking on this A site, so they do need to be careful about speeding things up. Anubis might need to bring a rotator across. There's no way Jaguar's going to be able to hold on to that one solo. Once again, this B defense is struggling a little bit. Doom's out very quickly as that bomb plant did go down, and Dipsy having found the opener, this could actually fall apart for 999. Trades are in. Anubis down to the 1v1. Sad, he's got the health advantage right here, and he knows exactly where Chris is. That is a nice clutch for Anubis to get them right back in the right direction. It was perhaps starting to eke away from them a little bit, but no more.
I'm gonna be honest. I was getting a little nervous. I was like, this isn't looking like the same Anubis. Like things are looking a little bit more sloppy. Their, you know, the retakes and their holds are just not good at all. And like you said, the B site seems to be the biggest weak point, right? And that it's a difficult site. Like you got to be able to hold things down, or the A site, I should say. And I mean, that's not an easy thing to do at all. But I mean, things get cleaned up a little bit. Some good work from Doom, but now they just need 2 more to close this map done. But Dane now finding himself a little bit more success here, connecting the Yom. So Anubis are now starting to lose their star player 2 rounds in a row. And they might even try to re-aggress on this. Look at this BYK's just waiting, reads them like a children's book. And now they put themselves in a 5-on-3 quickly. And this is huge because now Anubis, they have to do something risky.
Doom's going to be the one to do it. Getting that mid angle. Does spot out Minshen. It's 3v5. So this should be a comfortable one for 999. Does depend on where they elect to go. If they go back over to A, a couple of quick clean kills come out from those A defenders. Something could definitely pop up. That, again, the second time that Comics has died in the exact same fashion, and Dane's going to overtake the A site in the meanwhile. B is being overrun by 999 members, but Doom in a 1v5 probably doesn't matter which side of the map they go to. As they stop giving him 1v1s, he knows there's another player toward A. He's going to go hunting for Dane and try to isolate that duel as well. I don't hate it, but he's made the wrong call this time.
Yeah, if you would have been able to find that duel, that could have really changed things around. Because like you said, they were just playing a lot of 1v1s. And that's been my most negative thing I can say about 999 right now. Is it just, like, it's working right now, but again, you just can't solely rely on that. You can't just rely on these individuals to, like, again, just, you know, frag out like that. I mean, Dane gets a triple kill, which allows them to get around. And that's what I was kind of saying is, you know, the 4 rounds they've won, it's been because players have been able to get some good numbers. Now Anubis are a little bit irritated. They said, you know what, enough's enough. We're going to get some map control. We're going to fight a little bit more for this. It's starting to get a little bit more hectic than I think they were anticipating. But they got the C4 down, so that's a huge pickup. But now, 999, they have to refight for control. Now they're just going to explore their options. They have tons of time to work with, but Anubis, I mean, they can hold this position if they want, but they just got to make sure they play these trades, and they have to win this first duel.
Yeah, Sad's position is perhaps the most risky, but Dipsy should be able to swing for the trade if required. Problem is, Dipsy's kind of got to watch behind. So I almost wonder if Anubis would be better off making a push somewhere here rather than holding the C4. And that does appear to be the case. Okay, spotted them out. There's Dipsy for the first one onto QJK, and everything that he can get is a massive bonus considering he's at about, 10, 15 HP. 16, as it were. But not really expecting so much out of someone that's only got 16 HP, so if he can get that one, which he has, done more than the expectation, Comics will go down. I wonder if that's a bit of false info, though, whether or not Sad's position is now going to be known. You're not expecting a double up from there, and Sad, he gets one more. Bruce is going to toss a flash in his face, and of course that's not ideal for Sad, but he can just keep his head ducked down here. And it's just a sniper battle. This is a deathmatch. It's a battle of the aim right here.
Oh my god, they're both just missing constantly. Oh, this is nuts. Oh, CRS is still alive. I don't know how, but oh, he takes his head away. And 999, oh man, they get away with something they probably shouldn't have. But I gotta say, I don't know about you, Jordan, but I feel like for Anubis, like, I don't love the position that Comics was in. Like, I know what he was doing, but they surely should have expected that a flank in the A site was going to happen. I don't know why he was just playing there, but that just allowed them to lose that player advantage I was talking about to win that opening duel. So, a little bit sloppy, but again, for 999, a lot more of an effect for them to get this a closer game. And I mean, let's not forget, this was a huge lead-off where it was 7-2, and Anubis have only been able to find one round this entire second half.
Yeah, this is maybe where I'd like to see Anubis change the pace in some way, shape, or form. I feel like they're a team that really performs best when they're on the front foot. And obviously here on the GR side, they're kind of on the back foot. They're not really dictating this game at all. Obviously 999 are getting to choose where and when the engagements do occur. So if Anubis drop another round here, I wouldn't mind seeing just a change of pace and some aggression somewhere, whether it's mid or out A. Those are probably the two places where you would see the GR side get up to any funny business early in rounds on this map. So something that I think Anubis can have in the back pocket. But we'll have to wait and see how it all sort of pans out.
Yeah, way slower of a pace now. I think this is one of the slowest rounds we've had. Like, it felt like there was always an opening duel in like the first like 15 seconds. So now the fact that everybody's alive and it's down to a minute remaining in this round, this is madness. This is totally different. And finally, the first duel comes through at the minute mark. And this is Anubis that does achieve it. And now QJK is going to be able to find himself a nice bit of an opener as well to equalize the situation back. But now you can see Anubis kind of just posted up in GR spawn, a little bit more of a lean on this B site. They've left A open, like, so they're just going to play the full retake, which I haven't been convinced yet it's going to be that great for them, but now they're starting to get active. This is a good move from Anubis. They're starting to investigate and look for some intel. Ooh,
Oh,
damn.
QJK. Nice little opener from him. Once again, puts this squarely in the favor of 999, and Jaguar's gone alone. It was a ballsy play as Doom and Dipsy were trying to deal with behind the boxes here, but this round has also fallen apart for Anubis. So, yeah, it's time to change things up. You know, it's not working. Whatever they're doing here on this defensive side is just not panning out. So, what can Anubis do to bring it back to some kind of good fortune on their behalf?
Yeah, it just seems like it's kind of the battle of the BR or the BL side, right? It's just like, you know, the BL side seems to be racking in a lot of rounds, and it's the GR that's just the linchpin on this. Like, everybody just can't seem to hold a sight. So I don't know, for Anubis, I think they might be calling a timeout, I think, right now. But I mean, they should be, because this has gotten out of control. Like, again, it was a 7-2. They found one singular round. They've been looking real bad now. Like, something's changed completely. They're on a whole other wave. They're not even on a wave. It's just still water. So, I mean, for them, they got, like you said, they have to change something. I loved that they tried to push A main like that. I love they tried to put a bit more of a fight. It was just more of a sloppy approach when they had the bomb in their control. But they got to do something different now. They have to be able to win these, you know, couple fights. If they can find a 1 or 2 punch and then just play more of a turtle setup, that should be a key of success, in my opinion.
Still a lot of time to think about it, though. 1 minute here. Maybe it actually is just a mental reset pause here from Anubis, frankly. Not a whole lot of conversation happening. Of course, maybe a coach input happening at this point in time as well. But I would like to see that pace change. That's the one that I was sort of highlighting earlier. That's the one that I think, you know, again, will kind of like work for them in the sense that it's not something that they've really tried. It is something that maybe you don't pull out straight away right after this pause. Maybe you give it a round and then pull it out, because it tends to be a little bit, maybe it's a little bit telegraphed after a pause straight up. But we'll see what they end up deciding to go with.
Yeah, I agree. Like, it's kind of like, it's always an interesting, you know, conversation when teams have the timeouts, right? Because you have a lot of time to kind of go over every single detail. But you got to be really craftful about how you're going to utilize your game plan, right? It's not, like, I agree. Like, you don't necessarily want to just do something crazy off the gate, but, you know, hopefully they have some sort of a plan now, being like, okay, look, like, these are some of the deficiencies we have. This is what we need to work on a little bit better, right? And just kind of cleaning up some of the problems they've had. It just feels like they're anchoring Jaguar. I think he's been playing A by himself quite consistently for the most part. They're putting a lean on B, and then they're really just getting caught on these rotates, right? It just seems like they're really exposed. So 999, for some reason, have been able to do a really good job of just like manipulating that. But I'm hoping for Anubis they can just play a little bit more of a structured system. Even a 3-2 would be really nice, or even like a 2-2 or a 1-2 or a 2-1-2. Holy, I can't even do math. Just something, again, just to kind of mix things up just enough, and just putting some extra reinforcements at that A site.
I mean, at the end of the day, just take that out of the conversation to begin with, really, right? Like, you can play a fast round out here, try and get some aggression going, have the fights be a little bit more chaotic, a little bit of a weirder fight, so to speak, and take all of those rotations and side holds and anchoring and all that out of the conversation. We just have to wait and see what the option actually ends up being here for Anubis. I mean, this has definitely got to be alarm bells ringing for them, for sure. Like, you can't be looking at this game and going, oh yeah, like we're doing really well now. Like, yeah. should have. It should have been closed out really comfortably. And, we missed a lot of that round.
Oh, man.
We're back to 2v2, it seems, and another retake going to be required.
Oh, this is awkward. Oh, no.
1v1.
And yeah, this one-on-one exchanges, too? This ain't good.
And Doom doesn't have an AK. Okay. Another one for 999. Obviously, we can't comment on what ended up happening in that round, but there was a lot of fighting outside the front of A by the looks of things. So, I don't know what to really make of it, but scoreline is going to be creeping ever closer.
Well, it looks like there might be another timeout, or maybe it's a bit of a tech issue. We'll find that out, but yeah, that's the thing. Like, again, like we're starting to see like 999 are starting to hit some way better shots. It really felt like they were absent on that before on the GR, but man, I just can't get over the scoreline. Like, again, 7-2. I think if I'm remembering off memory here, like I think it's 8-7 now. Like,
Yeah, it
this
should be
is
8-7.
just, oy, oy, oy. This is, and this is the biggest thing I gave a lot of criticism for last season for Anubis was it felt like in these like tough situations, this is where the snowball effect happened. And they could not get out of it. Like that snowball just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and all the problems started really just coming down the hill.
I mean, it's a very fair and valid point. Like, it may actually be still a thing that we haven't really highlighted over the last couple of weeks because the wins that they've had have been, I would say, generally pretty solid. You know what I mean? Like, they haven't really been in this position in the last couple of weeks so far that I've seen. So this could be a real test for them. Try to get that mental back on point. And, well, I don't know. I mean, does this pause help or hinder them in that regard? But I'm feeling pretty good if I'm 999 right now.
I was just going to say the same thing. If you're 999, like, you know, you can always take a little bit away from player cams, but you can definitely tell in the beginning, like, they were looking a little more frustrated. You even saw, like, later as things were looking better, like CRS was getting way more animated and everybody was starting to, you know, just look a lot more cheerful. So for these guys, like, they're riding on the absolute high right now. Whereas Anubis, you can tell a little bit, like, just from their visual that you're seeing some tension, and they're kind of realizing, okay, look, like, we're fumbling the bag here. Like, we are not being able to close this thing out. And that's where, like I said, previous season, that was, I think, the biggest, like, mind block for these guys. I really hope that's not the case here, but like you said, it's tough to know just because they've had such a decent season so far, but now maybe something in the old wind is coming back in. I don't know.
Potentially. Well, here we go once again. 7-8 being the scoreline. Full reset. Nothing too outrageous, too outlandish in this round from Anubis. Just a standard hold.
Yeah, 3 kills at A site too from Anubis. So they've really given up mid, just letting, you know, Dipsy kind of play like the rotator a bit. So 3-1-1 essentially. And Dipsy, like, this is important because for Anubis, it seems like when they use that opening duel, this is where their win percentage just drastically decreases. So for them, if they're going to be able to find something, this would be huge. If Dipsy can find a kill and just fall on back. 999 are very hesitant though. Like, they are expecting some kind of aggression. They're expecting something quick. So they're burning a lot of time, but 999, they're going to have to make some decisions quick because they got to get some map control. They still also have to fight for real estate here, and now it looks like they're going to lean on this B site, so they're going to try to go back to the old faithful.
Yeah, this is sort of why I was saying you don't make that big adaptation just off of the pause round, because your opponent typically going to be expecting some kind of change up. There's this big A-hold, though, and Sad. Ooh, did he see them? Oh, perhaps not. Dane just going to clock his head off. All of a sudden, we are now in a very precarious spot for Anubis. Dipsy on low HP. Finished off as well. And it is falling apart in front of our eyes. Anubis, what is happening right here? Now back to the 4-on-4. Jaguar gives them somewhat of a hope. But retaking this site 4-on-4 doesn't seem a particularly easy task. It's actually down to just 2, and Minchen will make it 1. Jaguar will be flanked and finished off by QJK. Scoreline's now even at 8 apiece.
Oy. Oh, man. This is just, that's such a nice shot, too. But again, like, yeah, I mean, it's just, we're starting to see these players, like, actually hitting shots. Minchen, like, again, all these guys have been around for a very long time. But it's good to see, like, someone like Min that's just, you know, having his little bit of individual prowess right now. Just get some nice big opener with a double. And now we're all of a sudden from a 7-2 lead down to an 8-8 game. And now for Anubis, like, I kind of, you know, I feel like now this is where they have to make a bit of a risky play, or not a risky play, but a bit more of a play here on the aggression just to do something a little bit different. They have to mix the playbook. They've been kind of playing the same for the most part. So what are they going to change? It just feels like they can't hold a sight to save their lives right now. And
Yeah,
just
so,
something has
again,
changed, right?
That's what I just keep going back to it. Like, stop holding the sides. Try to hold forward. Try to do something. Try to get aggressive. Try to throw a bit of a spanner in the works here and cause a bit of ruckus, because this standard play is just clearly not working for them. So do something a little bit different. You know, get Dipsy on an aggressive line. Maybe not that late in the round, though. A minute 20 left on the clock. Vic's going to be waiting for it, and it ultimately does come back to a 4-on-4 as Dane, for whatever reason, decides he wants to walk out onto A solo. That's a nice timing shot from Doom. Does pick up Chris, but it's not looking clean enough by any stretch of the imagination to make you think that Anubis is going to clean this one up without a big individual play, and that does come from Doom. It's a big round from him so far.
Yeah, and he's definitely somebody that puts up some good numbers, and already now I think that's a triple kill for him. So single-handedly just putting this rounders in hand, and that's a quad to land things off here for map point to be obtained, but they just need one more to get this thing done. But man, oh man, that's the thing though, like you cannot, like I said, I keep repeating the same record as well. It's like you can't just rely on an individual just to single-handedly win you a game. We finally get to see Doom getting a little bit more active. He's finding himself some more success. He's been doing that a lot this season. And now we finally get that little bit of a moment. So now maybe that'll be enough for Anubis to have enough fire under the tires here to get the wheels kind of moving or something, because now they just need one more to close this off. Otherwise, we're pushing things OT for the first opener.
Which would have been a ludicrous assumption at the 7-2 half scoreline that we had, with Anubis looking fantastic there. Hey, you've gone for a solo hold on A. The resmoke over for A main. May not be a bad setup here for Anubis. It looks like 999 are headed in through middle. Dipsy doesn't want to give up his life here. The timing on these peaks is going to be so crucial. Minchin comes across Dipsy for 2. Where's the trade? It's gone. Jaguar was on his way back over to A. But the Orms are doing the work here for Anubis, and they may just stave off that final tragic round and put it through to a 10-8 for themselves. It takes QJK now a 1v3 to keep 999 in this map.
Oh my god, Doom. He's getting the jump spot, so he's done so much damage. Finally gets the job done. So Anubis, a sigh of relief. You can see Dipsy's even like, thank goodness that closed out. But man, oh man, what a good effort from 999. Again, they went for this pick. The desk talked about this a little bit as well. I definitely thought this was a good map pick for 999 to kind of, potentially cause an upset. They almost do it, right? I mean, I was not expecting to see Anubis just have so much difficulty on the second half, but they really did, and they showed a lot of weaknesses here, Jordan.
Yeah, most definitely. That's going to be one that they have to go back and have a review of, because that was just not good enough for Anubis if they want to be, again, in that conversation where I was putting them. I've been very positive about them, and so now I have to kind of like, if they're in that level of expectation, they have to play like a team that's of that level of expectation. And maybe I was wrong. Maybe I was a little bit too hasty. Maybe they're not that good. We'll obviously see how they recover the rest of this series when we do get into map 2. Before then, though, we'll jump over to the desk and hear from the lads over there.
Thanks, Elfish Guy. Lads, we are back at the studio, and Omar, Triple Nine, what a series, what a game from their side. They played really well versus Anubis, 8-4, then equalizing things up with them 8-8, and Anubis needs timeout after timeout to get things done in this first game.
I mean, I couldn't say anything else that you didn't and the casters did. I mean, what? That was too close to comfort, man. Like, Anubis, I don't know if they're feeling under the weather or something, but maybe 999 is playing pretty good. Who knows? I really I admire 999's effort on their map pick as well. But for Anubis, I mean, 8-10, and they needed to call a timeout, and they needed to fight 999 so hard in order to succeed. So it's just it's scary, Now I'm actually wondering if this might go to a game 3, which is gonna be the best thing for our audience,
For sure. I called this game adaptation. How 999 or 999 adapted on Anubis play style, then Anubis tried their best in
Yes.
these last four rounds for Triple Nine.
Yes.
They won game or round 5, 6, 7, 8
Consecutively,
in a row,
yeah.
and they got each and every portion of this map really quickly. Anubis tried to adapt on their game style. Anubis tried to force a push, then they stayed back, and
Yeah.
they're trying to adapt to the game style.
Yeah, I think Laz did highlight that Anubis, when they're playing on defense, they didn't have the same tempo. They kind of played default, and I feel like Triple Nine kind of capitalized a couple of times, which made them secure multiple rounds, to say the least.
True.
But let's keep in mind, next map is gonna be Anubis's pick, man. And if I'm not mistaken,
Compound.
yeah, Compound. And Anubis, I think they were on GR side, so we're gonna wait and see. Sorry, I just got a bit confused, but I'm pretty sure there's still a chance, you know, like for Triple Nine or Anubis to secure this victory on either side.
For sure, and Compound, I think Compound is a comfortable map for every team in this competition and this season. So it's a game which where everything is on the table, even for 999 or Anubis. But from 3-1-1 on the map to 1-3-1 from Anubis, each round they try to adapt on 999 game style, and I'm pretty sure that if 999 played this
A bit better, yeah.
yes,
I mean,
on this skill
early
scale,
on in this season,
yes,
maybe, yeah.
they wouldn't be on this position.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what you say, because Triple Nine, I feel like now they're starting to get the rhythm and tempo and being able to play and challenge teams like Anubis, possibly other higher ranking teams, but you never know. Because if you think about it, right, the simplest way to look at it, Triple Nine missed, I think it was 2 or 3 weeks, if I'm not mistaken. But Anubis as well, they did have a sub, but we saw even in the last 2 rounds after the technical timeout, you could see Anubis, I could feel it, man. I could feel their coach was like giving them directions and stuff, like, come on,
True.
don't throw this, you know. So in my opinion, I think we might go to a game 3 either way. I'm very optimistic for Triple Nine and their performance today. That's very impressive, just like my colleague here said, you know.
Yes, and we may say that Doom clutched around for himself with the 4K he got on the pre-last game.
I think, yeah, it was the second last round.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, what do you think of this 4K? What do you think of Doom standing out?
Here, we're watching it now. Like,
Yeah.
the man carried the round. Like, you can tell. Like, it's such a mental game when it comes to standings and series, because if you think about it, right, not all players are always going to be under the weather or prepared to play. So sometimes it's Doom, sometimes it's Jaguar, sometimes it's Dipsy, you know, and it's the same for all the other teams. Yeah.
True. So the timeout for Anubis get things in line and close the first game of this series for themselves from 8-4 to 8-8, and Triple Nine. Maybe
Yeah,
we say
I'm hoping for a game 3, you know, like the day's early. We have a lot of time to watch some more CrossFire West, boys. Let's go.
Let's go.
All right. Well, thank you so much. And yeah, again, good analysis from the desk. And now we get to move things over to Compound, which is going to be the pick for Anubis. And Jordan, I want to get your thoughts, because I know you and I have watched a lot of Compound. And do you think this could be finally Anubis showing a little bit more of their true colors, or is this kind of the struggle bus?
In theory, it should be, right? Like, it is their map pick, you know. So if Ankara is going to go as cleanly as it did on the BL side, they're going to start on the BL side here of Compound. Like, we should be expecting something in a similar vein. It's just going to be a question of whether or not are they rattled by that first map and the fact that they only just closed it out 10-8, or are they going to come back in here with renewed sense of a bigger, well, Dipsy, great start from him, and Vic is not going to be getting out of there alive either. So that'll be straight off the bat 2 quick kills for Anubis, and I think we're already starting to get the answer to that question.
Yeah, it's kind of looking like it, right? And this is where we were saying, you know, it was really just the Achilles heel was this GR side for both these teams. It was just really just lackluster, but we'll see. I mean, things are looking a little bit better. Even Stevens here with a 3-3. Well, we'll see what, you know, if Anubis have been able, like you said, to kind of, you know, reconfigure their game plan, maybe use that close game as motivation to close this out a little bit faster, or maybe 999 potential for a reverse sweep. I have no idea, but it kind of feels like it's anybody's game at this point. It definitely felt one-sided going into this from the desk and ourselves, but now I'm not so sure. Just the way that we're seeing these two teams go head-to-head.
Yeah, most definitely feels like it's still hanging in the balance. Good position, though, for Sad to be in, as long as he's going to watch behind himself, which is too much to ask for. So Minchan on that push does pick up Sad in middle. Everybody else locked in on the A side hold. This is a nice angle for Chris to be on. Comic's not going to be able to check that off angle easily. And first round will go the way of 999. So again, Anubis on the back foot early.
Yeah, a good start here from 999. And Anubis now. We saw before what they did originally in the first map is they were getting really aggressive, getting a lot of control quickly, and now they're starting to do that. They're starting to bring a little bit more up to their step. They're starting to feel a little bit better on it. They trade things out pretty quickly. Comics goes down, but now at least they can reset. But you can see 999, they've been getting active as well. They've taken this B main control, which is good. Now CRS can just kind of play a D position like this. Now they can kind of lean a little bit more towards mid and A. But this puts a lot of reliance on Dane. This is not a good position. How is QJK in this kind of position and gets away with a duel? That's just madness.
All around all over, though,
gosh.
as Dipsy just takes matters into his own hands and pops up there to grab QJK's life. Plan should be going down here any second now, although it seems like Anubis are not too confident about how clear the site is, so they wait for a second. But eventually on the floor, all the util getting tossed into the mid connector. But they do have to be aware about this push from Long, and Chris somehow gets away with two. Sad and Dipsy both going down, and now they know where Jaguar is as well. That's too easy from 999. Anubis are looking rocky, and the more of this series that we get to see, the shakier it is getting, I think.
Yeah. I mean, this is the thing. Like, it just, again, like, feels like kind of beating the same drum. But, again, like, for Anubis, this is where they're having these really, really bad starts now, and the things are just not going their way. I like that they tried to be a bit more aggro. They were trying to get a little bit more aggressive. They're trying to do it again, but Comics does take down some good damage against Dane, but it's just not enough. They're just going to get this util. There it is, finally. I was going to say, surely the nade is going to land eventually, but gets the job done. It's a little bit more labor on this one, but now they put themselves back in a 5-on-4, make it a 5-on-3 as I keep talking, and Dipsy now finally getting himself a little bit more active in the server too. But this is where it gets weird. Like, why is Minchin peeking wide like this? This is where 999 on the GR side have just been so weird, and it's so difficult to watch because they're just playing these one-on-one fights and hoping they're just going to have EM sessions like this right here. And that's the C4 dropped as well. Jordan, get me out.
Yeah, it's just little things kind of creeping into the gameplay here for Anubis, and I guess this is what separates the teams like Anubis, who can have a good run and be a decent-looking team for a little bit, from those great teams like your ROC, like your Gaimin Gladiators, like your unKnights. It's that level of consistency, and Anubis, I think, are definitely showing probably one of their poorer performances of the last couple of weeks. Things are starting to go wrong, and it seems to be compounding upon itself rather than just slowing down and getting fixed.
Nice shot from Jag, though. That's a nice little bit. Okay, so Anubis finally cleaned it up a little bit. Again, needed a moment there. I was just getting... It's just, you know, it's hard to watch when there's some of these, like, really technical mistakes where they, like, lose bomb control. I mean, they should have been able to grab it, yes, but it's just some really, really weird decisions. Just not really considering things that could, you know, be a variable, but at least Anubis can bring it around back on the board. The goose egg's gone, so 999 playing a bit more of a 2-1-2. They're not going to be too aggressive on the speed main this time. They're just going to wait things out a little bit. And Anubis expecting some kind of aggression, so they're playing a lot more passive on this one. They were really stepping up. They were on like 4th gear before. Now they're just kind of coasting to 2. Now they're going to try to fight for this mid control. This is where 999 have to make a decision if they want to, you know, keep fighting for this, or if they just want to play a bit more turtle, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They're just going to play the hard defense now, and they're just going to sit back and hopefully relax to get themselves another 3rd round.
Might not be the easiest of tasks. I mean, Anubis Going to take long control here as a trio. There's no one actually holding there at the moment. Ooh, swing comes in from Minchen. That'll be the go signal for Anubis. You've got the smoke coming in from Doom as well to cut off the mid-rotates. And Dipsy out here at Pillars on B. This is not even a confirmed hit on A just yet. 999 losing players over toward B is going to throw some chaos in the ranks.
Yeah, a little bit of back and forth though, but now, okay, again, so for this position here, the double players on the GR side, you have Dane that's just kind of posted up in GR, leaning now on A. You still have BYK that's kind of expecting something in B. Dane actually, oh man, that could have been huge if he's able to find that double, but at least he does something with one. But now BYK needs to find some success here with the Alm, has to be able to win this shot. He does, instead just gives it away for free. And, oh god, oh god, what is happening?
I have no idea. I have no idea. This seems like, whoa, Chris has gotten up out of his PC. Where's he off to? He's going to be pretty happy with that. Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like very individualistic from the Anubis guys. They're all just wanting to be the guy that finishes it off. They all think that they can win the duel instead of just thinking, all right, let's all go together. They just take these one-by-one duels. They know that Doom's crossed as well, by the way. That was spotted. Certainly that shot's going to give away his position, but that's a bit more like what you need to be doing. 999 just swing together. Yeah, one guy's going to go down, but the others are going to get the trade for it. So, like I said, I've been super impressed by Anubis over the last couple of weeks, but this game from them on Ankara and here on Compound, really, it's not looking like the same team to me.
No, it's really not. Again, and like, you know, we're talking about like last season, it really is showing those true colors from what we saw before. And it's so weird because it felt like they were kind of reinventing themselves this season. It felt like they're doing so much better. Like they really were going into this, you know, this weekend doing really, really well in overall standings. I mean, these guys were 7-3. They're in that number 4 spot. Like they're comfortably here for now, but again, the job's not done. And that's the thing. Like they cannot afford to, you know, potentially lose a series like this or, you know, go the full distance when they should be on paper taking this thing with a 2-0. But 999 have really just done their homework. They the game of, like, even right here, Min, he was so close to finding that double. That could have just completely turned this round all the way in their favor, but it's still up for grabs.
Very much so. 2v2. I'm getting the feeling that 999's been getting the better of the timings in this first half, though, so don't you really have a whole lot of faith in Sad and Comics and their read on the game at the current moment. Obviously, that could start to shift based on how this round actually plays out. You are going to group up together. Vic, thinking about having a look in towards middle. He's kind of missed the window. He's kind of missed the timing. He's going to go for the swing, though. Oh, it was watched. And this might well be a very crucial round in keeping Anubis as part of the discussion.
Yeah, QJK now, though. The heaven here. He's going to have to do something big. He's got the rifle. Now he's been exposed. He's made himself very much his presence. But Sad has to make sure he can hit the shot. He misses this. This might be a little bit of an opening here. QJK just investigating, thinking somebody's coming in for the flank. And Sad, there we go. Perfect lineup. He's going to get it done. A little bit of a risky one, but Anubis at least getting themselves a second round on the board, so only a 1-round differential. So things are starting to look a bit more of a fighting chance here. But I mean, again, we're seeing 999 kind of showing a little bit of those weaknesses before, like where we saw Dane just kind of swinging mid by himself, playing these 1-on-1s. Now they're going to start to put 3 players into B main now. Now they're going to try to be a little bit more aggro. Nipsey actually does get a second chance at this. He's going to dump you off quickly, and oh man, QJK frustrated. The clutch hit goes way, picks up a triple, and 999, a blink of an eye, they get themselves a 4th round, looking very prominent here.
Yeah, it's just really, really not looking good for Anubis at the moment, isn't it? When they win a round, it's a hard-fought victory. It takes everything that they've got. When they lose it, they just get absolutely blasted. And 999 are just super pumped up at the moment, you can tell. Taking that fight directly to him. Not concerned about anything. It's almost as if Anubis are just not even shooting back in some cases. So here we go into yet another, about 6 rounds in and 4-2 the scoreline for 999. This is just not something that I would have expected at all.
Oh man, QJK, again, a double kill. He's starting to really just pop off. He's having a really shining moment here, but it just might be, it might not be enough here. He's the only guy that seems to be pulling up some extra weight. But now...
Probably not for this round, but like in general though, I mean, you still can't be too mad about this half from 999, especially on your opponent's map pick.
Yeah, like that's the thing. Like I think Anubis are really starting to show some kinks in the armor, some weaknesses, and they're getting exposed a little bit. Or, you know, I know the desk made a comment about, you know, maybe it's an off day. Maybe there's just something not really working out for him. And that's very possible. It really is. Like, you just never know. But feels like 999 are playing overall, I think, actually better Crossfire right now, in my opinion. I think they're just coming a little bit short on their timings, like you said. But it feels like they've been actually able to prevail a lot so far in this series. So, and the fact that they are winning a 4-3 currently is definitely going to be, you know, itching against Anubis. But this is the old bread and butter of Anubis here. This is where they love to get this mid control. They love to lean on that right-hand side. Well, they're not going to go for it, though, interestingly enough.
Well, this is also where we're going to have to see a far better GR side from Anubis than what we did on Ankara. They were really exposed on the GR side of Ankara. The BL side was their far and away better side. And they're not really delivering on the BL side here on Compound, which isn't an inherently biased map one way or the other. You can definitely get a lot done on the BL side. So that has me a little bit worried, but similarly, I don't expect them to have as bad of a GR side on this map. So I guess we just sort of have to wait and see.
Yeah, and then everything just hits a halt, right? Like everything just stands still. Flash is now going to get thrown. A little bit of a 3-2 split from Anubis. What's Jay going to do? He's the guy. Oh, this is good. Oh, this could be really, really good, actually. They've been able to slip themselves through GR. Oh, no, 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 no. CRS, are you going to be prepared for it? Oh, he was, but he doesn't win the fight. So now the 3 players in B main looked like it was a little bit prominent, but now BYK? Oh my God, he's able to find a double. How does he get this? And now this is a round in their favor. Sad has to be able to find his connections, and 999 again taking rounds.
Yeah, I don't know if it's maybe just missed shots as well, potentially coming through here from Anubis. Like, those trades should have been a lot cleaner than they were, particularly on that final sort of entry into the B bomb site. And seeing multi-frags from Anubis, which you wouldn't, from 999, I should say, which we wouldn't really otherwise suspect or expect, are still going their way. So, tough going indeed for Anubis. Maybe their purple patch, their nice run has come to an end. It may come to an end at the hands of 999, which is the team sitting at the bottom of the standings still. Doom, not able to find himself a duel there against Chris, and just back off instead.
Yeah, Anubis desperately need this round to give themselves a bit of a boost on this. Ooh, nice little bit of a drive-by here from Jag. Not bad at all. So now leaving it for QJK by himself here at B. A little bit of the outskirts of BYK, just playing on the B main door with GR. Ooh, CRS though, actually. I didn't think he was going to get that aggressive, but he does. Okay, so now Anubis have to do something, because now CRS has got the intel. He's like, hey, they're not even towards B at all. So now you can see 9-9. They can re-change up their game plan quickly.
Doom going to be looking to find an entry on the way through here. Doesn't even need to end up getting himself a trade. That is a bit more like it for Anubis. It was a weird one, actually. BYK and QJK just didn't seem to have a great read on where that push was coming from in the end, and they do go down without really much respite at all. So should be a 4th for Anubis, which keeps it, you know, pretty close. It's part of a discussion for sure.
Yeah, never count him out though. I mean, this is a tough clearing. I was gonna say if he would have been able to find that fight a little bit quicker, maybe he could have repositioned himself a little bit more for that B door control. But nonetheless, Anubis, they finally show a little bit of life on this. They bring it back. It's still 5-4 advantage for 999 to end the first half, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, we're going to have to see. I mean, for 999, the BL sides have usually been not the greatest. I mean, first map, obviously, proved that point wrong, but we'll see if this is going to be a bit of a change-up on a map like this.
Has to be a big change up. That's okay from Comics grabbing himself the 1-for-1, but still going to split that defense open pretty substantially.
Yeah, that's a little bit weird, actually, from Dane. He was kind of posted up on a different angle. I thought he would have been aware of that, but... So, Anubis losing Comics as well, but CRS is critically low in the HP department. And 999 still figuring out their options. And Dipsy's actually posted up in B stairs, so he's actually posted here with the Alm. He's looking for that fight, and then he's just going to hightail out of there. This is risky, though. If he misses this shot, this could be all over. Such a difficult site to retake on. Oh, okay, he gets away with that one, but oh, functionally it's a one and done. Now Doom has to be able to find himself a little bit of a star moment, has to stay alive as long as possible. He cannot die. He needs to allow time for his teammates to get here for the retakes. Nade just flying in, but QJK puts the AK to activation for one duel only. And now BYK, 55 seconds, needs to pick up the C4. It's dropped in the worst position in the world. Things are not looking good against him here, Jordan. I'm not much of a betting man, but I don't like these odds.
Well, it's not impossible. Yeah, they might be 10-1, but there's still a 1. Okay, could he be that one that is required here for 999 to keep their noses in front? We're up 6-4. Should be a nice lead at the start of this second half. They're not making it easy for him. The smoke is definitely a problem. He's got time to wait it out, but not a lot of it. 18 seconds left, and what's in from Stad? A little bit of a whiff to begin with, but we'll clean it up in the end, and Anubis grab themselves one more and slowly but surely start to work their way into this series.
Yeah, not bad at all. I was a little bit worried about that Dipsy play right there we saw on the replay. Like, again, that was so critical, because if he was not going to be able to find that one fight at least, like... Oh, man, that thing could have been all over. But good work for Doom. Like I said, he had to be an anchor. He had to hold the sight down as much as possible. He does. Now BYK going to be able to kickstart a little bit better here. Takes down Jag. He started getting a little bit more aggressive on his own with no trade opportunity at all here for Anubis. So they're taking a little bit of a playbook out of 999s, playing these individual little setups. Oh, Doom. Okay, damn. All right. That's a nice little bit of a shot to get himself 10 kills on the board. Top fragging here in the side of Anubis. Oh, now they're starting to pick things apart really, really nicely. Slowly and surely, but it's working.
Yeah, that's what we like to see. But the round is not done. So we've got 3 players here to work with, and a decent A-split setup right now for 999. If BYK catches Doom as he tries to exit back into A, then all hell breaks loose for Anubis. I dare say they'd rather just see this one off pretty comfortably and easily. Sad and Comics are quite low as well. You'd have to remember that. This could very quickly swing back the way of 999, but a prompt from BYK on his own. JK, though, grabbing one, and another from Chris. So it's all of a sudden back to the 2-on-2. Those low HP players down and out. Retake required from Anubis.
Yeah, Doom's already close on by, and QJK is actually getting a little bit more active. He's trying to put the gunfight into this, but now Dipsy, oh no, he needed to be able to find something there, and him going down that quickly really was the demise here for Anubis. And 999 still maintaining a lead here. Not bad at all. But again, some good work from BYK to get some openers, but I gotta still give a lot of props here for QJK. Like, he's really just been popping off. I mean, he's only got 12 duels, but again, he's just been able to find so much impact in this server. Now we're starting to see Anubis. They fight for mid control. They'll be able to put their logo here, stamp it down, but what are they going to do with this? Do they maintain it, or do they fall back now? And it looks like, Jordan, they're going to hold their ground.
Yeah, they might hold on to it until these smokes fade at least. Dipsy always going to get aggressive and actually catches Chris off guard. Wasn't expecting to push through the smoke. BYK back, though, with a smoke bang onto Doom. So it's all happening all over the map. Even here in toward Pillars, there's a fight happening. Comics has spotted Vincent. Wing, nicely timed peek. He's the sole defender here on B. Cannot afford to be going down right here. That C4 now has been given passage into the B site. That's picked up by Sad. He's actually ensured that QJK could not get into B. That's a huge rotation in from him. Anubis should win the round from here.
Yeah, that's assuming they can actually play this properly, and they should, right? I mean, they're in such a strong position. Like, really, everything is stacked against BYK here. There's absolutely there would be no reason for Anubis to go for any sort of a hunt. Not even one player should be good looking. They just need to play these numbers. This round, like you said, 99% of the time should be theirs. But if Sad overpeaks here and gives BYK an opening, this is not going to be good, but this is a tough one for BYK. And he's just so much to clear. Like, this is one of the hardest sites to retake in general, but he's open. He's making a wish. He's able to slip on through. Sad actually doing a really good job. Just jump spot, gives himself away. Okay, the body's giving up, so now the spam's coming through. Low HP, 2 to be exact for BYK. But now he's got to do something. Oh, God. Jordan, no.
Oh,
No. Not like this. Surely not like this.
I think Dipsy's seen him. Oh, he doesn't even really need to swing there, but 10 seconds on the clock, he's going to go for it. It's wild because 10 seconds on the clock, is there even enough time really to get to that bomb? I mean, I suppose it does just come down to the fight. Wow. It's a good effort, but in the end, Anubis are still going to win that round. That was almost another extremely illegal round from Anubis, and there's been no shortage of those today. Jaguar running out of bullets, has to come down to the sidearm, and wisely pulls that one out for a bit of spam onto Chris. So again, this round will start with a player advantage for Anubis, but as we saw from the last, that doesn't necessarily mean anything.
Dipsy looks so mad on his player cam. Was that just me? He's like shaking his hands. I don't know. I'll have to go back and look at the replay. That was hilarious. He looks so mad.
Probably not happy with it. No.
Yeah. He's had, unfortunately for him, like, he had some really good moments and a lot of praise that we've talked about, but he also seems to kind of be like one of the two guys that always gets taken out early. So maybe for him,
you live by the sword, you die by the sword. Like, that's kind of his role, though, isn't it? Like, he's the guy that's been put in position to fight early, and sometimes you're going to go down early. You just have to deal with that.
That's true. That is true.
Can't go your way every time.
Yeah, that's true. Good analysis from Jordan, as per usual.
Well, he's just got to make sure he doesn't get too frustrated, right? And just got to understand that it's not always going to go your way.
Ooh, that was nice. Some pre-fire, like goes right through the wall there. QJK now, a very tough one, but we'll see how hungry he is for this one. This might be a bit more of a meal. There we go. Sad's gonna be able to find this. So now Anubis get themselves back in a lead, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
And yeah, honestly, this is good to see. I mean, slowly and surely things are starting to work. We're starting to see Doom getting a little bit more aggro. We're starting to see these fights finally making some connections, and that's what we wanted to see. It kind of felt like their duels were just lackluster.
Yeah, definitely. They've had a bit of a cooler period towards the back end of the last map and the start of this map, but as you say, I would tend to agree. I think it's kind of starting to wake up a little bit for them. Dane, however, can cause some problems in this round. Now it's on to Sad to lock down that mid-angle. In fact, he probably should just back up here, which is what he will do. There's going to be a flash through to slow things down. And Sad waiting to see if he can find anything through that smoke. But in the end, a 1-for-1. Done a lot of good damage onto QJK, though. He should be going down like a sack of bricks pretty quickly.
Oh, a little bit of trades back and forth. 999 still in a disadvantage on this, and QJK's low. He's still alive, so they got this mid control. I mean, honestly, for them, like, I actually think if they're leaning on this right-hand side, this could be a good play, just because if they find Dipsy, they have themselves a little bit of an opening here to get in that B site. If they can find this, Dipsy actually now realizing, okay, you know what? I can't just keep peeking like this. I have to be able to play in the site and be an anchor. So 999, creeping the way through this. Dipsy misses the first one, but oh man, that shot's going to definitely help. And now Dipsy has to survive, but oh man, he gets over aggressive. And 999 in a round that was not looking the best for them here, Jordan. It looks like it could be theirs.
Not unwinnable though for Jaguar. Needs a clean shot to start things off. QJK low. If he can deal with BYK straight up, that would have been a difference maker, but in the end, not the case. So again, seems as though we will be going to an extremely close scoreline to finish off map number 2. Hard to say who's even in the pole position to close this one out.
It's good utility work here from Anubis. Deep in the mid, so it's some good damage, and again, QJK is already quite low. But Dane putting the arm to work. Some nice connections. And now Anubis are really stuck in the mud on this. Again, like even at this A site, they have one player that's committed deep in A Jenny. You have the anchor here of Doom. This is not the best setup because again, like Jag has to make sure he does not overextend on this. If he does, that can be very, very costly for these guys and just giving up way more control than they already lost already so far, right? So they're kind of just waiting things out. 999 are playing this perfectly. They're just waiting. They know they have the number advantage, and they know they got some time on their hands. So I think Jag, he's got to just get this intel and get the heck out of here. But he's going to be able to win this fight somehow, some way. Oh, man, he's still contesting, too.
Yeah, I mean, I almost don't mind, you know, taking a bit of a risk there, but low on HP. Wisely does in the end, just back off. Things are looking pretty even in terms of the HP bars in this round. With 1 minute left to go. Trouble for Anubis is they don't have a huge amount of information beyond what Jaguar just saw out on A long, but that's now old information. There's a nice spot from Doom onto Dane. He can't do much with that. Good flick onto Minchen. Needed that kill. Now needs to help out with this push from A long, and it's worked out perfectly. Anubis just playing with this aggro. They're chugging it so nicely, and Doom comes away with 3. 999 are going to want to forget about that round. Perhaps should have been theirs. They were peeking it nicely, but they just didn't land their shots, and Anubis will take the lead again.
Yeah, it's a big fight, man. It really is. Tooth and nail, but again, it's hard not to ignore what 999 has been able to do this, and really just trying to show a lot of grit on this game. Still up for the grabs, and now QJK, okay, he's going to take down Dipsy. He gets ultra aggressive on his own, so Anubis really tried to just let him off the leash, but unfortunately, he's going to go back to the pound. And now for 999, back in the 5-on-4 advantage. They can just kind of sit back, relax a little bit here. This is where Anubis have to make a decision. They either want to group up, fight for something, or they're going to have to, you know, really count their lucky stars that someone's going to have to be able to find a multi-kill of some kind. But that's not really been the case here for these guys. That's really, we've seen these little blips of it, but it hasn't been the same like where 999 has really shown us that.
Well, Comics, this is a bit of a one-and-done position. He's got multiple angles to watch on it as well. He just kind of has to get the right guess, really. Do I look towards window? Do I look towards door? Either way, he just backs off after spotting some info and getting some contact. This is a much better position to play from. He can duck back into the servers if necessary to survive and play time. But Anubis are interested in finding some info, and this push from Jaguar will be the big one. If he can find Chris, he can find the C4. He'll have to do it quickly, though, because the rotate's coming in through middle. This fight may decide the round, and it has gone the way of 999. So a 3v5 defense now required from Anubis, which seems wishful thinking.
Yeah, it really does. And now with, you know, Jaguar going down in this position, they're just going to take full advantage of that. They're just going to take this control. It's going to put a little bit more pressure for Sad. He already gets caught with some utility. Half his HP is gone. Doom will be able to find the lurk of Dean, but Now you can just see the CRS is just going to be able to find this bit of an opener. But Doom, oh my god, okay, Doom.
1v1.
Now this round's gotten interesting.
Wait, they've got no way of getting the C4. Comics just has to survive here, but he's got absolutely no idea where BYK's coming from. Has he heard him? He's going to play behind the pillar. This should be a 1 round. All he has to do is play time. There's no way he can plant. There's no way he can plant. Like, he has to just play time here. Comics, don't swing, please, God. Oh my goodness, Anubis somehow won that round. That is an absolute miracle. I don't know how 999 have let that one slip, but that is going to haunt them.
Oh, it really is. That is the worst feeling, too. Especially with the good efforts that they were able to get into that ace site. Everything was looking really good. And man, again, Doom, man. He goes down in this round, but man, he was able to put up so much heavy lifting once again. Now Anubis trying to speed run this if they can. They get this mid control quickly. Jag tries to go for this Jenny control. He gets punished for it again. It's a big fail in the test, and now Dipsy getting close into the site, but now he's exposed. He's able to find the 1-2. Oh, no way. A headhunter, and now finds a triple kill, locking it down. And this thing might be all over for the serious point here, Jordan, unless QJK can do the impossible with a 1-on-3 clutch.
I mean, he's kind of been... Whoa, he's got another one. I was going to say, he's kind of been the man here for 999 on this map, and he might just be able to keep them alive. But Comics right behind was not expected, and Comics makes it look easy. He's lackadaisical in his approach to the fist bump at the end there, but it's got to be a big tire Anubis. I think that was probably, dare I say, their worst game of the week, but they've still managed to get the 2-0, so I guess you'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Vin Diesel said, a win is a win, right? So, I mean, that's the thing. For Anubis, it's not the best win, it's not the prettiest win, but it'll do. It's a 2-0 at the end of the day, but I think these guys are definitely going to have to take a lot of homework after this and kind of reevaluate some of their game plan, a little bit of their strategies, and just kind of overall what they want to do moving forward. Because like you said, I mean, it was so obvious. Like, they've been playing really well, but this was a very different turn of events. Like, 999 really came prepared and almost took that game away. But you know what? We'll let the desk talk about this and go a little bit deeper than us. So we'll see in a bit.
Thanks, guys. We're back at the studio after a series which Anubis came in the top with 2-0 over 999. What a game, what a series between these both teams. 999 performed really well over our expectations and exceeded their limits and their performance on this on the last weeks.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. To say the least, they played very aggressively. I really think, just like the casters highlighted, that Anubis needs to go back and like review and revise that they almost they were this close to. I'm not saying 999 is bad. I'm just saying Anubis is exceptionally good. So to be almost at even level with 999, how is that even possible? You know, and it's a struggle, and I get it. And the standing, I mean, the stat summary proves it over here. You can see the KDAs weren't as phenomenal as we're used to seeing Anubis, and 999. God bless, they did really good. So I'm excited, you know, to see the next 999, like the upgraded version of 999 and Anubis. I'm pretty sure as well, like they were maybe instructed, don't like show too many of your strategies and tactics and stuff like that. Instead, just try to win. But then you can see the timeouts in round 16. If I'm not mistaken, in the previous game as well, it came in clutch. Like when the match was almost dead even, they're like, no, let's go back to the drawing board and get some instructions from the coach, who definitely pushed them for a victory.
Well, I want to highlight in this series, this specific second game was ending the first half where 999 on the score 5-4 over Anubis, but it's over. MVP for this game will be Doom. Doom performed really well, and I think Doom clutched this series for Anubis.
Yeah,
without him, we could have gone for game 3.
Yeah, I really think that Doom himself kind of carried both games or at least won the crucial rounds that they needed to win in certain cases. You know, you can see it in the highlights. The man is phenomenal, very well-trained, very well-rounded player, and he did exceptionally good, to say the least. Not that he doesn't always. I really hope he continues this performance, and so does Anubis can meet that standard.
100% agree with you that Doom performed really well, and he showed up when Anubis needed them. And this is what we talked about before we started the series, that Anubis always rotating and always each player comes on the top of each series and perform really well whenever Anubis needs an exceptional performance.
Yeah, there's some standout players that do always come up to the task, and they perform exceptionally well. Like sometimes it's Doom, sometimes it's Dipsy, sometimes it's Jaguar. You know, especially when the in-game leader is involved, he does a lot of crucial information when it comes to playing both offensive or defensive.
100%. Doom is our MVP for this game and this series. Closes up with Anubis getting another victory for themselves, 2-0 on a clean series for Anubis on the closure of week 5.
Yeah.
I think this is the best way you can close the fifth week.
I mean, definitely, yeah. All other matches, I mean, all other teams had 11 games and Anubis had only 10. So this is a good closure for week 5, to say the least. Yeah, I totally agree. 100%. And sadly, we're not going to have an interview with Doom for whatever reason. I was very excited, and I'm pretty sure Zika here was as well. But I just want to jump over to the next game and see what do you think about the next match?
The next series will be a massacre between these two teams, because like we said, each game, each match will grant you a portion of this prize money. So Entropy versus GV is going to be a hell of a match.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of Entropy and GV, man, both very phenomenal teams and organizations. Exclusively, every single individual on that team is incredibly experienced and matured in Crossfire, to say the least. I do have to say, I've seen GV kind of stand out a little bit more than Entropy in the last few weeks because of players like Awesome, and even when they had, if I'm not mistaken, NLS was subbed, and he did really good, and we got to interview him twice. So I'm excited, you know, like it's gonna be a hell of a match, to be honest, and I always will hope for a best of 3. I know Zika would.
Same, and I think this series can get us to game 3, because
Probably.
the special thing about this matchup is GV and Entropy, they had ups and downs all over their run in this season. So
Yes.
you don't know which team will come up in this series on the top. So 5th place versus the 2nd place. We saw Entropy, yes, perform really well, and the second day we see them shaking a little bit.
Yeah.
And GV the same.
Yeah, I mean, definitely both 5th and 6th place, there's so much competition between these two teams, and I'm excited to see, because the 3rd match is gonna be a bit difficult. I think it's TBI versus ROC, if I'm not mistaken, and
True.
I don't have much hope, but still, we're gonna be here to view it and cast it and all that together. Speaking of game 2, Awesome and 40, both are outstanding gamers,
Exceptional.
amazing AUM players, sniper players. They perform really well, and I can't wait to see this unfold, because like, how can I explain this? It's not about standings. If I personally, I would never put these teams as 5th or 6th place. It's just slight altercations that puts them there, but other than that, as a team, they're both first place.
You just
in my eyes.
highlighted the importance of this series, that being close to the 4th place, being in the warm area,
Yes.
like we say,
Exactly. The safe
5th
zone, yeah.
Yes, 5th and 6th place. Each win, each victory may get you closer. When you, what I want to say, that
Go ahead.
if Anubis tremble a little bit, you have a chance
Exactly,
to
yeah.
jump over and
Exactly.
take the 4th place or even the 3rd place.
Exactly.
If you performed really well
Yes.
in these next 3 weeks.
110%. I couldn't agree more, because I feel like if Anubis, I'm not hoping that something happens, but I feel like in GV's perspective, if Anubis or maybe unKnights
We're
decide
speaking
to fumble
for
a little
Anubis
bit.
as 4th place.
Yeah. I'm saying for
on the current
GV,
state. Yes.
GV now is 5th place, right? So if they're obviously hoping to surpass these other players, you know.
Sure. So this is the importance of this matchup, GV versus Entropy. Each team would like to perform really well, would would like to exceed their limits and grant us a match.
I hope so.
And
I hope
a
so, man.
series to observe. And like we said, I want your opinion on this. Awesome or 40?
I'll have to see the camera, man. I admit I have to see the camera because
yes.
every time I look at 40, he's sitting all so nice and relaxed and composed. And then you see Awesome, he's literally like ready. You know, I feel like the screen is a bit closer to him as well. So that operator, or what we call the sniper, is very, very precise, to say the least. And I respect both players and both teams as well. And we're here for a show, and I can't wait to watch it.
These teams has a match to perform on this second series of the week, of the fifth week. We are on the day 15, and this match would say a lot because after Anubis securing this win over Triple Nine, the standings may shift.
Hopefully, yeah. I mean, for me, it's not because I favor a team over the other. Like, I'm pretty sure you don't either. Like, it's more or less we just want to see more competition, and it's good to see competition because at the end of the day, once you see, if you just see GG on top, just like we saw ROC was two weeks ago, you know what I mean? It was a struggle. Now ROC is in the bottom, and they started even playing better. So that's what we want to see.
True. ROC Esports on the third place, Anubis for now on the fourth place, and we're waiting for our closure of this day to see the ultimate standings for week 5. But GV and Entropy, they have a great chance to...
What are your predictions? I'm curious. Sorry to interrupt you. What are your predictions?
No. Interrupt me as you wish. My predictions will go for GV. I think GV is more of a solid team play. Entropy, they go individually very, very well, very, very skilled. But GV play as a team.
They're more cohesive.
Cohesive, the harmony, the team play,
synergy and stuff like that. Yeah, they're very good at playing together. So what you're trying to say is, for example, Entropy, they have skilled individuals, but when they're together, they struggle a little bit because they didn't have enough matches together. Yeah, I totally agree.
They have a great series, but they. We may say they don't shine on others, but GV. It's a solid team. It's solid gameplay. When they are on their top form, let's say,
they play.
They perform really, really well.
Definitely,
so
100%.
I would go 2-1 for GV.
For GV, yeah. I mean, I'm hoping for a best of 3 regardless, and I have to agree. I think 2-1 for GV is a must, you know, because I think they're at a closer place in the standings in order for them to actually make it to playoffs, which is what. About 3 weeks, 3 weeks from now, you know, to say the least. But I need to consider one thing is Entropy did play really well yesterday, and I really like the performance from 40 and the others. So I'm curious, maybe they got a good night's sleep and they're well rested, and we get I don't know, like at the end of the day,
the mental state matters.
Yes, exactly. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I mean, the mental, right? So coming from a loss is different than coming from a win, you know, because at the end of the day, if you think about it, they do have 40. They have a very strong roster.
And it's 5th versus 6th place.
Exactly. So it's like 1st and 2nd if you actually consider it, mentally speaking. Yeah, 100%.
Okay, on to the roster of these amazing teams. GV Esports, we see our warriors here getting ready for this amazing series. We're about to witness here awesome FaZe and Snox. These are my favorite players of this team. I know when these 3 are on the same page, you see GV executing really, really well.
Yeah, and you can see like Awesome is kind of like in a meditative state, to say the least, and I respect that. You know, he's just locked in, and so is FaZe. Loons, as always, the in-game leader or in-game captain, is the one in charge of all this, and he's usually giving out crucial information throughout the team. Now we're looking at Entropy, Vice, 40 Manison, Deva, and Gainer. So this is interesting, right? Because before they did have a few subs, or 1 sub, and then after the sub was replaced or brought back to them, they got the main roster, it became so much better, you know. They started improving. to say the least. And I really I'm looking forward for this match. You know.
And you say, and you watch Biva and Gainer play really well with each other,
With each other, yeah.
each
No, it's
other,
not.
yeah. And you see 40 trying to clutch the rounds for them, but on the other side, Creeds on GV, he's the lone wolf.
Yes.
He can
He's
assassinate
a monster at this game, man. Yeah.
any player on the enemy team.
Yes.
So you see some potential here and there.
I mean,
And
yeah,
you-
it can go both ways because if
Yeah.
you think about it, when it comes to the map picks, that's going to be the most important part, you know, which map they decide, which is going to be like, obviously, sub-bases, Van, Mexico, Eagle Eye, Ankara, Black Widow, Port as a decider. That's interesting. So Entropy, for like the 4th time in a row, I think they've picked Ankara, and I'm excited to see because Entropy and Ankara, they've played well, but not against, like, I'd say the top teams, but for I don't know, Black Widow, that's interesting, to be honest. It's really interesting.
Yeah, and for GV, I'm trying to say and try to predict their pick, but I think that GV is locked in and will try to get this game for themselves. As Entropy, like you said, Ankara, we'll see how things would go. But from your perspective?
I mean, I agree with you. I think GV is going to win 2-1, to be honest.
Okay, who's your player to watch this series?
I would pick 3 players without undermining anyone else. It would be
It's
awesome.
the first time we're together. So
Okay, I'll pick 2 from each team. I'll pick 2 from each team. I say Awesome, FaZe from GV, and Entropy, I'd pick 40 and Gainer, to be honest, because the rest are all experienced as well, but I feel like they play a different role in the in Crossfire, which is, for example, information, utilities, flashing,
Okay,
stuff like
I'm
that.
gracefully accepting your offering 4 players, but one player.
One player
You
in
think,
both teams?
You think?
Awesome.
Yes.
Awesome, 100%. 100%. I'll pick Awesome, yeah.
Awesome could make a difference in this game, in this series, but we're looking at the players now, locked and ready for game 1 and this second series of day 15 of the 5th week of CrossFire West League.
Let's go.
Okay.
I'm excited, man. I want to get into this game and just observe how interesting, like,
I'm
especially
just trying to predict the unpredictable.
it's hard to predict, right? Because every single circumstance matters, right? Their mental, their sleep, did they eat, what else? Everything, if you think about it. And they're all smiling. They seem pretty happy and excited, you know. And I'm excited too. And I really wish them the best, to be honest.
I think we'd go for a game 3 in this series, but for more info, for more insights, we go to our casters to talk us game 1.
Boys, and yeah, great, some good insights. I can't even say the words right now. But again, a decent matchup here, Jordan. I mean, again, this is the number 5th and 6th teams that are going head to head. So this is kind of, again, another grueling matchup in the sense about who's going to be able to find the wins to get themselves a little bit closer to that top 4 placement. I don't know about your thoughts. I mean, I think the predictions are interesting because I think for me, I would probably lean on GV on this, but I mean, Entropy have honestly, to me, been impressive. I mean, they're sitting themselves at a decent record going into this, and they've actually surprised me a lot more than I was expecting.
Yeah, look, I will probably be leaning the way of GV for this one. I think they've got that little bit of extra experience that I like to see, and they are, in my opinion, a team that can peak a little bit higher than Entropy, but this should probably be our closest map of the day, or matchup of the day. And honestly, the way that the week has gone, with everything being 2-0s thus far, I would think this is probably our closest match of the week as well. We'll see whether or not that's going to be proven true based on how this game ends up actually playing out. But that's kind of my sentiment going into it. Vise, we're taking the first contact here for Entropy, and he's in a great spot. These 3 players work their way through the smokes, but he just doesn't get the info early enough. And good shot in from Creeds will open the account nicely for GV.
Oh, interesting from Beva, actually. He gets a little bit more aggressive as well, so he's trying to just poke a little bit on this, but GV just winning so many gunfights in their game. They haven't even lost a single player yet. Oh my goodness, and they actually do take it flawless today. I was going to say, surely. I thought maybe FaZe, I think he was the one player really, really low. Thought maybe he would have went down, but GV, a pretty impressive take. You know, the fact that all 5 of them stay alive. Loons was able to find himself a double kill. Not bad at all here for GV, but single OM here that's going to be for only the GR side, and actually FaZe here from GV's perspective, he's just going to rifle up. So this is a different change up here, Jordan. This is not the same that we normally see them. They always seem to have one at least.
Yeah, full rifle setup for GV would indicate to me that they want to play a bit of a faster round. Yeah, you know, if you want to play a slow round, you typically are going to be leaning towards those orms for the pick potential. But if you want to go for something a little bit faster, you have a set strat, you have an idea, you have all those guys on the rifles, which is a bit more of a flexible weapon. And timing is so bad for Beva to be falling off of that line. He gets a real rude awakening as he goes back on, and he's just going to lose his life straight up. Madison on this bomb site for one, and Gainer's in there for another. So better hold than could have potentially been anticipated given the start, but nonetheless, GV have the site control.
Yeah, a lot of this is going to be on the retake. And right now, Gainer, a big rifler on this team, he actually drops pretty quickly, so giving him a lot more of an advantage here for GV themselves. And now Snox, even, he finds himself a little bit of a looky-loo. Now 40 by himself with a very, very tough position. Oh man, I think he thought he was going to be able to sneak through. He was fully flashed. GV, all three of them are just looking for the fight. They just want to get the first hit to knock him out. And all right, GV are looking a little bit more decisive. This is a nice little bit of a change-up for them. I haven't been able to watch them for a little bit of time, and now they're starting to look like, you know, they're making faster plays. Their pacing seems a bit more increased. So this is a big change for Loons.
Yeah, I like it. So far, so good. Snox just booking Gainer out of the round as well. And I don't know how much you were watching over the last sort of couple of days, Laz, but I had a fair bit to say about Gainer coming into this Entropy roster yesterday. I think he got a lot of praise, obviously, for playing very well in the previous week, and I think he has been sort of that differentiating factor in a lot of the rounds for Entropy. I'm hoping to see that again be the case today if he can keep that individual form, even if Entropy aren't winning a lot of series. Gainer has sort of piqued my interest somewhat. It's not having too much of an impact right now. 40, that's a good shot onto Awesome. They're still going to be pushing their way into that B bomb site. They're not dissuaded by losing Awesome out there in middle at all, and Loons trying to chase things down, but ultimately does have to let Prize go.
Yeah, and the C4 is going to go down quickly. So again, with Vise and 40 being pretty low on this, their HP, they're going to have to rely a little bit on Vise here to be able to maybe get something in Hotel. Devin now trying to see what he can be able to find. That's an easy duel against FaZe, so that's a bit of just a sacrifice here. Good post-plant positioning. Now all three players here in the GR can commit to each other. Beva is a little bit more interesting, but everybody's wounded. Everybody's starting to just kind of lead their way into the site now, and Snox once again, man, he's putting up some decent effects onto this with 6-0. So GV really making a statement so far on this map. I think they've done their homework. Entropy have liked this map, and I think it's already so far, it's a little bit of a backfire right now, Jordan.
But that said, you may also just have a mismatch in terms of the teams. I mean, like we were saying, GV expectation was that they should come into this one as some kind of favorites, just not sure how much. GV's always been one of those teams that I've kind of felt have been a very hot and cold team, right? When they're very hot, they can tussle with the best, and when they're cold, they can lose to the worst. Maybe we're just getting the best of GV today. It's looking good so far. Again, good trades as they work their way into middle. And Snox is just making this round look very easy for GV. Entropy Gaming just do not seem to be up to the challenge at the moment, and the longer this goes, the more confident GV are going to start to feel, and I think the more rounds like this you're going to start to see as well.
Yeah, and honestly, I like this though, right? I mean, I know you've been around for a long time too, but like I always kind of said, like, you know, from Loons and the Lazarus days, like he always kind of liked playing that like slow, methodical style. He liked to just wait things out, but the fact that they're just being a lot more like decisive, they're just trying to go for these quick fights. I'm all for it. Like, I love that Loons is kind of reinventing the game plan here for GV. He's using new players to see what he can get away with, and that's where I was really excited about this project when they added him to this lineup. I know there's a lot of people that were angry about Seven being out, but I said, look, I think Kyle and I talked about this in the very beginning of the season. I said, look, like, yes, I get that Seven's great, but there needed to be a change up, and Loons I felt like could have been an interesting one. So far it's looking really good, and I feel like his mythology and his ideas are really starting to work well with these guys right now.
I don't disagree at all. And again, it's just going to be an A hit. This has worked out so well for GB so far. Still going over the top. Aniston will be taken down quickly. Beva, he's going to allow a couple up the stairs. They haven't been worried about him. Kana in all sorts of trouble up on the site. Didn't have anyone to shoot at. They were all ducking their heads down behind the site, and now it's 40 in a 1v3. It's, I want to say, a winnable 1v3 given how low these guys are, but I just don't even know if he's going to have the confidence to really go for this one.
This is going to be a lot. Again, like, the HP is low for these guys, but he obviously has no idea of that for sure. But he might be able to find the shots, and okay, like, I love this effect from GV. Like, you can see he's actually going to fall to his death, but like, I like the fact that they knew their HP was low. They were like, look, let's just all get aggressive. One of us surely should be able to take him out, right? Surely. We have the rifles. He's the on player. So I like that they did it. It's a little bit risky in some regard, but they're doing a great job. And honestly, I just can't believe how fast this game is going. Like, we're sitting at a 5-0. GV have really just taken control of this game, not allowing any breathing room at all for Entropy. And for Entropy, like, this was, again, a map that they were the ones that picked it, like, because I said, like, on this season, they've been decent on this, and they caused a lot of close games or upsets. But right now, it feels like Loons has just done some big anti-stratting and realized, look, like, I found some weaknesses, I found some gaps, we're going to take full advantage of it, and that's exactly what they're doing, and now the timeout has to be called.
Early timeout, that's for sure. I mean, is it? Quite a significant number of rounds in, but it doesn't feel like this half has been played for very long, and yet here we are already with a timeout coming through. So I don't know if that's a great sign necessarily for Entropy. Quite a bit of thinking to do here to try and get their way back into even somewhat part of the conversation, right? Like, it doesn't even feel like they're really worth being talked about just yet. That's a rough spot to be in. But like I said, sometimes GV is just one of those teams that kind of has a day, and they will beat the best teams on that day, or at least they have a map. And this might be that exact conversation right here. Just doesn't seem like anyone's really being able to shoot back. So even if it's not a strategic change up here for Entropy, just the opportunity to kind of have a bit of a mental reset could be making a big difference for them.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It is really about, like you said, it is really about the mental reset right now, right? It's like for Entropy, it's like they've had some decent results, so far in the season, like we talked about. I think them coming into this, like, decent in some regard. Like, I mean, like I said, they're only like a 3-7 record, but some of those wins have been good, and some of the losses on this map have been very close. So that's where I was kind of thinking this team is a team that, this was a pretty big rebuild. Like, this was, a Lazarus plus like TBI combination, which to me, when I was looking at the roster shuffles, I was like, okay, this is a fun project. This is a cool little bit of an idea. And I think it actually, like, long term can be a decent, competing roster. I think it's just they need the reps, right? And like I said, on a map like Ankara, they've been doing a really good job of, like, close encounters with a lot of decent teams. They just haven't really been getting that win column in their favor. But I mean, right now they're just getting completely outclassed right now. So GV, like you said, historically have been a team that when they're having a good day, they're having a real good day, and that's kind of what we're seeing right now. But we'll see if they can maintain that form, right? A little bit of a timeout can definitely cool things off sometimes, but we'll wait and see. I mean, this team here is like, when we talk a lot about veterans, it's like this team is definitely one of those teams without a doubt.
All right, 5-0. Apparently that's the cutoff point for Entropy, that they're no longer happy to just keep going through this without change. But as we start this round off. It doesn't really seem like a whole lot has changed, as first kill of the round will again be going the way of GV Esports, and maybe it'll be a little bit of a slower approach from those guys, but either way, maybe the similar end result for GV, which is going to, of course, be pretty bad news on the other side of the coin.
Yeah, now that, like, I was talking a lot about that pace, talking a lot about the fast encounters here for GV. Even winning that first fight, like taking out 40, it's like, look, they're just gonna wait things out. I like this. I mean, again, it's such a mind freak thing to do, right? Like, you can just play these like different ways that really just starts to make Vise kind of like get annoyed and scratching his head the whole time, like thinking over and over, what should we do? So I like that Loons is kind of playing this like evil genius, a little bit of a mind game against him. But I mean, with a minute remaining, now they're going to group up. They're going to do the 4-1 split. They're going to have Awesome just kind of lurk here. He might try to catch the rotate off guard if he can. But these 4 guys, they get this hotel control for free. This is important because now this is going to be locked in. Vise, and I believe that's Gainer. They both have to just pop off. They need to be able to find something here. And you can already see GV coming in hot and heavy on this. Oh, man, and just so easily they just dominate the site. And Jordan, I don't know about this. Entropy look like they are just absent.
Yep. One of those days. One of those games, potentially. Everybody has them. Just a little bit outclassed, and really to be said at the moment for Entropy, which is really rough. It makes for tough viewing, doesn't it? We're kind of just looking at this as if it's a foregone conclusion, and, you know, we're almost wasting everybody's time, really. It's like, well, let's just get this over and done with. 10-0. Boom, on to the next map. At least we can see something of a contest, but right now it just doesn't even feel like a contest. Barely even any kills coming through for Entropy at the moment, so very concerning.
Yeah, it really is concerning. With a 6-0, I mean, for GV fans, you know, in the chat, I'm sure everyone's just ecstatic right now, but for Entropy fans, it's just like, look, these guys haven't really been able to show much at all. It just feels like, you know, you said it best. It's one of those days, and GV is really just playing their game really at a top level right now. And honestly, the one thing I've been really happy about, because some of my comments in the beginning of the season was like, Snox is somebody that can be such a beast on this team, but I felt like he wasn't really showing himself too much, and I think already in this game alone, like, he's actually been having some really good moments. I think at one point he was like 6-0 if I'm not mistaken, so definitely some good numbers. But now for the rest of GV, you can see everybody's just contributing equally. And the fact they're not even running at all is nuts to me. Like, that is just so bizarre, but it's working. So why change it?
Yeah, 100%. I wouldn't be changing any single thing up right now for GV. And honestly, this A site take has been really quite solid for them as well. So they may as well just keep going for that. Looks like someone on the side of GV is just disconnected from the server here. So they are going to actually have to play out a 4v5. That happens, unfortunately, sometimes as well. Madison, let's go down, though, and that brings it back to 4-on-4, and it seems that even maybe a free player advantage might not be enough for Entropy. Rotation still yet to come through from that last man. There's Vise. It's awesome. Finds himself a trade. Loons is in there as well. It's a 1v1. 26 seconds left here. If Awesome secures this round for Entropy, well, that is just bad news indeed. Gets a smoke down as Awesome. He can't go back over to B. He has to try to come up onto A right here. Vi's not too sure about what's going on, but plant in, and that'll be the end for Awesome. So, look, at least in a 4v5, Entropy can get the job done, but it is only by the slimmest of margins.
Yeah, it really is, but at least they can get something done, right? They can get around on the board. They can feel a little bit better about themselves, because that's always the thing that gets really hard, is when rounds are just not coming in on the board for you. You just start to wonder, like, hey, like, this is maybe a write-off of a game, and that's the thing. So at least for them, they can get something done, but it's like, look, like, we got a long road ahead of us. Like, we're sitting at a 6-1. So, I mean, I think what we saw earlier was a 7-2 first half that was on the previous series. I don't think I've really seen that bigger of score lines in a long time for me in the season. So, I mean, right now, GV, the way they're playing, I mean, they definitely could make things a little bit more interesting if they want. Maybe even an 8-1. Who has no idea right now? But a little bit of a timeout here or a tech issue. I'm not too sure yet. But this, again, just can be really irritating for Entropy just for the fact that they get a round win. They might to feel a little bit good. And now they just kind of sulking a little bit. You can see all these guys don't look at all happy. Madison just looks like, I don't even know what he's doing, but maybe reading some notes. But he looks like he's not in this at all.
Yeah. Just on Instagram, try and distract himself maybe from the situation at hand. That's
Yeah, quick reel, you know, quick meme.
Yeah. Well, I guess this could be a little bit of a delay here. If it's FaZe that has maybe disconnected not only from the game, but also from just the internet generally, that would be less than ideal.
Yeah, hopefully not. Yeah, those tech issues can be a problem at times, but I feel like GV have actually surprisingly, like knock on wood, have been pretty good. I don't feel like ever since I've covered them a lot this season, they've well, famous last words, I guess, but we'll find out. But no, they've been pretty good that way. But happy to see their full rosters back too, and I'm going to be curious if we see FaZe with an Alm though. Like I mean, like we said, like if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But I mean, it's just interesting that they've really changed that setup. Maybe he's just not feeling it. That's the other thing too. Is like it's not even like he's a bad rifler, right? It's just I don't know. He's just we all know him for his sniping abilities, but you know if you're not feeling it, you're not feeling it. So I'm curious if this was planned or if this was maybe just one of those days where FaZe was like, you know what, Loons, I'm not feeling it, man. Let's just let's 5-man rifle. But definitely hope the desk can ask that question regardless of the results here of this series.
Yeah, to be honest, if it's me here, I sort of think this is probably more of a game plan thing rather than a I'm not feeling it thing, because there's a few guys that can pick up the Orm in that server, in that server for GV. So if it was just a I'm not feeling so great with the Orm, then awesome, defaults back over to Orm potentially if that's required. Or any of the other guys really picks it up. So I think it's more of a okay. We actually don't need an Orm in the setups that we want to run, and that's ultimately why it's not being picked up, as opposed to an individual player decision. Because again, like I said, there's probably any number of people that are happy to move into that role if it is required in the setup. So I think it's more of a team decision or a strategic decision somewhere along the line.
No, I agree with you too. I definitely agree with you. Like, I mean, I do feel like it is that game plan thing, but like I said, I do hope the desk can like maybe just ask a little bit more about that question, just in the sense of, what was there, if it is a game plan, which I think you and I are both kind of predicting it is, like, was there a particular reason, or was it just because of these guys they wanted to do that against? Because again, that's the thing that's a little bit interesting is that like 40 is no slouch to the Alm, man. Like he's a decent Alm player, so. That's where I was kind of thinking, like, okay, if you're going to give up that kind of firepower for the sniper on sniper, it just seems like they must have a game plan where they wanted to isolate him out. But that's the $1 million question for me. And that's what makes it exciting, right? It's just kind of that like macro stuff that you talk about, and just these little adjustments that can really happen can change the game around. But so far it's been looking phenomenal right now for GV, just sitting at a big score line. And we're just trying to find out, folks, what's going on. I think it is a tech issue, so we're just waiting to see. But
yeah,
nonetheless, it's been a good Ankara.
Yeah, it has been. I suppose if you're a GV fan, it has been. I don't know if it would necessarily be on the other coin, but
that's true.
Looks like we're back into it all good, so no worries. 6-1 the scoreline. Could be a pretty rough first half here for Entropy, but if they're able to salvage something somewhat, then we, 6-3, I don't think we should get too far ahead of ourselves just yet.
Ooh, nice big pickup, though. IGL versus IGL, and Hotel Control quickly obtained. An actually interesting position here from Awesome. So he's just going to play behind box. Oh, man. Oh, wow. Awesome. I was going to say, like, a little bit sleep of the wheel here, but does get it done regardless. And now you get 2 players that are committed to this for Entropy, and they're going to have to lock this down as much as possible. But Gainer, he repositions himself, but just gets removed. And GV, man, oh man, it is a massacre right now. This is the GV we've been wanting to see all season. And just taking fights, taking names, and chewing some damn bubblegum.
All right, yeah, that's one way of putting it. Maybe they're all out of gum. They've got better things to do. 7-1, and the half might not be lasting too much longer here for Entropy. The way GV are going about this BL side, I don't imagine they're going to be waiting on any time as necessarily.
Interesting setup here for GV, though. A bit of a 2-3, but leaving the 2 players in mid to kind of poke it a little bit on this one, and that's going to be the fight against Gainer. Set himself a bit of a slower game on this one. Now 2v1. Gainer, ooh, actually, he's going to prevail. He's going to be able to find it, so nice little bit of a duels for Entropy now. That's something they needed when things are getting tough. C4 going to get dropped. GV now down in the numbers. They have to find something, but Entropy have now finally found them a little bit more of a saving grace here. Unless we see a 2-on-5, which I don't think we've seen all this season yet. But this could be possible with the players like Creeds and Loons alive. Oh man, okay, I was going to say, if Loons went to skill, this is surely going to be all over. There we go. Leaving it to Creeds. A lot to ask for, but Entropy can get it done. A 7-2 again is going to be on the board, and that's going to be the end of the first half.
Yeah, look, end of the day, 7-2, it doesn't give you a whole lot to work with in the second, but we have already seen, at least in our opening matchup, that it isn't necessarily the end of the conversation. So let's just wait a minute here and hold the press before we lock anything in. 7-2, it's fantastic first half, but that's all it is. Definitely not a job done just yet. And for Entropy, moving on to this blacklist side may come with a breath of fresh air. You know, hopefully some level of confidence to come flowing on in. Or at least, you know, some ability to kind of feel that they maybe have some more degree of an influence over the game as well.
Yeah.
So at the moment, it just felt like they were really trying their best to play reactive to what GV's throwing at them, but GV just had all the answers.
Yeah, that's actually a really good analogy to use, right? Is like it was reactive. It was just really them just really trying to catch up the whole time. It felt like GV were the ones that were just consistently, you know, moving forward, you know, always on the front foot, which is good. So, and that's not always how they are, right? I mean, like I feel like GV is kind of like I said, with Loons in his history of his IGLing, is just very slow pace. But this time it was like, no, you know what? Let's put the laces up. Let's go for a run. And that's exactly what they did. And they'd made a bit of a speed run in the first half, considering it's a 7-2. But now things are going to be switched over. Entropy have surprised me on their BL side. But, I mean, also, now GV are going to be on a little bit more on the GR. So I'm curious what they're going to be able to bring on this, because GV can be a pretty strong GR-sided team, in my opinion.
Some frustrated looking faces on the side of Entropy at the moment. We'll see if that's going to change here after the first couple of rounds of the second half, or if it's going to be more of the same. Early util pressure over towards B. And FaZe is going to set himself up and wait to see if there's going to be a push through the smoke here from Entropy. They are established on that side of the map.
Ooh, nice little bit of a paw flash actually here from Entropy. So Vise has actually made himself a little bit of a cross here. So I think FaZe has an idea. Jeez, FaZe, you gotta get the heck out of here. Yeah, he's dead. Okay. A little bit of a missed position from him, but Good work from Entropy, though, to be able to find this. Oh, even Creed's actually. I think he was equipped with the if I'm not mistaken, and he actually misses that shot too. So things are starting to look a little bit dim here. Entropy are doing a great job just finding 2 duels, costing nothing for them. And now, this is a bit of a weird retake scenario because C4's don't even drop. Like, that's the thing. Like, Entropy are just going to go for the gunfights. They're actually going to win it. Vise, I think, finished that round off with a double kill. So, not bad at all. Entropy do pick up a pretty convincing opening round here on the BL side.
I wonder if we're kind of like running it back, really. Where Anubis went onto that GR side and really started to struggle, and we'll see the same thing out from GV here. It was already a marked difference in performance from the first half. And Kara today so far has been an extremely blacklist-sided map. Job's not done, of course, though, for either team. Nice little jump spot here from Creed's. He's going to get him the info, but has he? I mean, I thought that he'd spotted him out. Now, definitely, that info is starting to come through, and the flash is now tossed over the top. Awesome. Going to dive into the side to try to help him out. Dever. Yeah, completely negating the possibility of Creed's being in that angle behind the box. Still, the entries are being hit nicely. Gainer for 2, 40 for 1, and Madison also sliding on in to contribute. Is going to leave Loons solo here for GV.
Yeah, and Loons here with 32 seconds remaining. I mean, this is asking a whole lot right now. He's not in a position unless he can get these one-on-ones. He's really looking for that dual Vise. But I mean, the flank was already coming through. I think that was 40. That was actually right on his tail. So Entropy now looking a lot better on the BL side. Things are starting to, like you said, run it back a little bit here. And GV haven't been able to find a round in their favor yet. Entropy are now going to commit all 5 players towards A. Looking for a bit of a gunfight here in main. GV just playing a very passive setup on this A site. But they've actually pushed all the way down. I think that's, if I'm not mistaken, I think that was FaZe actually. It looks like he's kind of being a little bit active in Hotel once again. He has to be really careful. Oh god, he's so low. He's so low. And now this makes it even more impossible for Schnox. He just has to burn time. He has to play this green box as much of a perfect placement as he can. He's hoping for a duel here on the stairs, but thankfully his comrades can finally join the party. They're there. They got a quick ride, and now it's just down to Awesome remaining with 3 HP on a 1-on-2. When the minute 35 remaining, C4 hasn't been planted yet, but again, Entropy, surely they just got one. They got this one in the bag.
You would think so. This is sometimes where Awesome does his best work. Already very quickly going to be clearing out the A-bomb site, so knows that this ends up being a B hit. And he may just be a little bit quicker on the uptake than what Entropy are going to be expecting of him. We'll see if 40's going to watch that angle. If he can sneak past, that's the problem. 40, exactly as I said, was not expecting Awesome so quickly through GR spawn. That puts it now down to a 1v1, which is, of course, winnable. He got a tag, but it wasn't a killing blow. The first bullet was fired by Awesome in the 1v1, but it wasn't the headshot that was required. And Entropy will save themselves that round, but only just.
Yes, and closer rounds are coming into effect now, right? I mean, that's the thing. And 7-2 is now turned to 7-5, so Entropy are still getting themselves back into this game. It's becoming a lot more competitive here, which is so interesting because it feels like, again, the GR side has really been kind of the lackluster performance here for today on the last day of the weekend, right? It feels like on this map especially, like it's been more of the difficult one. But like that's what I kind of said before in the very beginning, right? Is that like if you're on the GR side and you lose that one player initially, the amount of rotations and the positioning that just becomes off place, it makes such a difference. But we'll see. And actually, I was just going to say, hopefully FaZe might be able to find a connection here with the Alm. He does. So actually, taking down Gainer, a huge effect right now for GV. They needed it. Creeds, he switched up this position too. Cannot seem to find any success in Hotel. He's actually going to have a quick vacancy. And again, Entropy, they got that control pretty convincingly.
That said, this is not as many kills as what they had in the previous round this early on in the piece. So, yeah, they might have a bit of map control. But quite a bit of work to do to actually still win this round. Face set up with the Orm. Slow and steady from Entropy. Real default setup from them right here. Expecting a push out from GV. I don't know that they're really going to get it. At least not where they were set up. Got Awesome scoring into mid a little bit, and he's going to spot out Vise, finish him off, and just decide to back it up. That is going to throw a fox among the henhouse now for Entropy because they've been spotted on their push forward, and they're now having to fight for position. Awesome, though, going down pretty quick. Smart there. Does make the job a little bit easier. We're actually now 3-on-3. Util going down on the behalf of GV. They are very much expecting this to be a B hit, and 20 seconds left. Entropy doesn't have much time to make a decision otherwise.
Ooh, that's a nice shot, too. Catches the rotate off guard. God, like, they gotta get this plant down. What are they doing? Okay, finally, they're gonna commit to it, but I think they were expecting somebody way closer, but... Wow, they just found these fights one by one, and now Snox. Ah, man. He's gonna need the best timing in the world here. Smoke's gonna block his vision. I was thinking he's getting a lot more control of the site than I thought he was gonna get, but Entropy have now been able to bounce back into this, and this game is really started to turn into an event, because I was saying, like, the BL side for these guys has been good in the past, but I didn't think it was going to be this much of an encounter. I definitely thought it'd be a lot closer in the sense that GV were going to still have themselves a round, if not two, in the second half, but they've just been absent. They've been gone, and Entropy have really found themselves a really good footing.
Yeah, this is a wild turnaround, that's for sure. Are we getting another tech pause here, potentially? No, timeout, tack pause. So it's a GV timeout, but again, not a lot being said. Maybe Creeds has got a couple of words coming through here. I say the same thing as what I said in the previous series in the same sort of circumstances. I think GV have to look to try and take some of the ownership of this round going forward, or the next couple of rounds going forward, and see if they can take the ball out of Entropy's court and put it back in theirs, and just say, okay, we're here to play. We are the ones that are going to make some kind of play happen instead of letting the play come to us. There's been a few instances now where GV have kind of just let Entropy come to them, and that hasn't worked out too kindly. But when they were on that BL side, when they were on the front foot, when they were making plays, when they were choosing how the engagement started, things were going a lot better for them. So we'll see what their option ends up being. But this is not a map that you want to lose as GV. I mean, it started so well, so it'd be a bit of a tilter to let it slip by the wayside.
Yeah, that's exactly it, right? I mean, this isn't their map pick. It was Entropy's map pick, but it's, at the same time, though, it's like, look, the fact that they actually had such a great start and now it's just really fizzled out, that is so frustrating as a player. Like, you have to get through so many hurdles mentally on this, because you have Loons in the middle of the screen that obviously he has to call the shots. He has to do all the right things to figure out, okay, what is wrong? What is not working? But also as players just have to be able to just ignore that, right? Because that's a lot of noise and it starts to distract you. So I'm hoping for GV's sake they don't get distracted by this. They're still in a lead by 1, but again, I mean, the fact that they had such a gigantic start to this and it's come down to almost a tie situation is just, it's just going to hurt. It's just going to kick you right in the teeth. But FaZe is like, you know what? I'm going to get the arm out. I'm done being a rifler. Let me do what I do best, and puts the scope and gets down 40. So that's a huge pickup. That's where the sniper's been removed from Entropy. So now maybe that could be enough. Creed's trying to see if he can find himself one, but no, nobody can find luck in this hotel. Nobody in the GR side seems to be able to. And Gainer! Oh my dear goodness.
Yeah, we might have to go back to a double Orm setup here for GV if these rifles aren't working out. It's definitely something that we've seen from them before. Awesome could pick up the Orb. But, yeah, another player advantage for GV that has essentially been squandered, and also they don't have any information around the map at all. They're playing very, very passive positions, way back in their sites. So you don't know right now if Entropy is just sitting inside of hotel outside of B. You're about to find out. It's a good read to send a couple of players over toward A. Madison has been hurt. Williams is there as well. This crossfire, a tough one to break, but Entropy are going to give it a crack anyway, and that may have been their undoing. It's a 2-4-3-4-0. And all of a sudden, Beva is alone. So GV They find some success this time around. It was, again, a bit of a spotty round, but it should be enough to get them up to 8. Beva has got himself 1 and 2. FaZe now tasked with the 1v1. This is not how it was supposed to go for GV. This should have been their round.
Oh, it really should have been. Like you said. Oh, now FaZe has been spotted. Is he going to go all the way around? Yeah, indeed he is. Okay, so Beva. Full reload. Full chamber. Oh, he's ready. Oh, he's ready for this. Oh, oh my goodness, the timing. FaZe, I don't know how he's just missing this, but he's doing the damage. Beva's still just trying to contest with it. And now it's a bit the battle of vents here. FaZe, he's not even going to commit to the fuse. He's still looking for that gunfight. Now he has to make a decision. Do I keep fighting or do I just go for a ninja maybe? And now he's missing everything. 14 seconds. Realizing that he might be far back. He might be able to get this timing. Oh, he's going to stick it. Beva has to be able to find it. Oh my god, Beva. A 1-on-3 clutch. Magnificent performance from him. Somebody that Kyle's talked so much about all season. And look what he's able to do with his new team.
Yeah, and we're right back into it, aren't we? It was looking like that was going to be the one that kind of started to set GV over the line, but not the case this time around. And 7-7 is the scoreline. Entropy putting GV to the sword. So what does GV do in answer? Nothing really changing up necessarily. It's the 4-1 split between Rifle and Orm. A little bit of a change up in terms of the hold, but aside from that, the approach very similar from GV. Same weapons. The idea is similar as well. It's reasonably passive, although some forward positions on one side of the map only, which is B side again. And now just here to wait that clock down as much as possible, GV, but that's a real mishap that they cannot be affording in a circumstance such as this one. FaZe again, going to give them the opener. They might have to stick around and fight here. Just gets out in time. All the timing. So scary there. Meanwhile, Creed's getting up to some funny business as well. Yeah, another significant advantage for GV that this time they absolutely have to lock in.
Yeah, they do. They really let it slip. And like you said, losing this many rounds in a row with a 3-on-1 that win for Beva. That is definitely going to put the dagger a little bit deep, and now this round looks like it should be theirs, and unless we see a 1-on-5. Okay, oh boy, oh Jordan. Say it ain't
C4's
so.
on the wrong side of the map though, so it's still going to be a very, very tough round here for 40, but if they keep giving him 1v1s, it is possible.
Oh, Snox, I was going to say, like that 1v1, like you said, if he would have been caught on that, just makes it closer and closer. Now 40 with only 30 seconds remaining on this. Okay, yeah, it's going to get done. GV finally get themselves a first round on the board here on the second half, but at what cost, though? Like, it was the fact of them, like, just winning double fights and Snox playing a really good position here under stairs, but that just felt way too close for comfort. Well, they'll take it.
Yep. Oh, FaZe again looking for the opener. This time he's been spotted out. He's used that position a few times, and Entropy starting to cotton onto it. Set himself up a smoke. That's an insane shot from 40. Just jumps over the crosshair of FaZe and then picks him up. So this time, no player advantage for GV to start the round.
Yeah, Snox has been in a strong position here where he's actually played on vents pretty well. But now again for GV. Oh, they're gonna collapse. Oh my gosh, and Gainer eats him alive. And now they gotta get desperate. This is where GV have to go for fights, and Snox, you can see he does that little bit of a 1. He still has to find more. But he's just gonna go right into the scope of 40. Oh, Entropy have just taken this round away. And the effects of Gainer. Leaving it all just down to the loons, man. A 1-on-4. Ah, man, this should be all she wrote. He's already spotted. He's exposed. He's going to get sandwiched. It's just a matter of time before his demise. Surely. Yep. And there we go.
So 8 apiece, 2 required in a row for either of these teams to avoid the overtime. And at this point in time, it's really hard to say who's going to walk away with those 2. I think you almost have to give the benefit of the doubt now to Entropy. This Blacklist side, they've got the momentum going their way. And unless FaZe can possibly open things up, that is looking like it might be the case for Entropy. However, Awesome has gone over to the Orm. This was something that I was, again, kind of looking for. We know that the double Orm is something that's pretty potent for GV, and the rifling hasn't necessarily been working out. So, I don't mind seeing the Orm. I perhaps even wanted to maybe see it around earlier, but GV have defaulted back to that. Has worked so far.
Yeah.
Opening kill for Awesome.
Yeah, Awesome has been an absolute stud this season so far for GV. I really like what he's been able to do. Like, normally a pretty good clutch player, but he's actually been like a secondary for these guys, kind of with Creeds as well, but he's actually done pretty good work so far with it. And now Snox, it's actually going to be that first point of contact, but FaZe is just picking up the duels here. So things are looking a lot better, but 40 and Gain are still alive. Man, if I want anybody alive on Entropy, it's definitely going to be these two guys, without a doubt. So this round is still up for the taking here. But these two players on the BL side, a little bit spread apart from each other, which I don't love. I mean, the fact that Gainer's kind of the one in mid with a rifle peeking. He thinks that somebody's going to kind of push down and B doors. But actually, GV, they've put a bit more of a lean. They're going to play full retake on A. They're going to gamble for B. Oh, are they actually going to swing mid? Oh my god, they are. That's some good intel, but this timing could be really, really bad for them, though.
I think this is fine if Creeds keeps going. He's gone in the wrong direction, though. He's gone towards A. The push is over towards B. He could be right behind them in Hotel here. Instead, he's a good 10, 15 seconds away. One plant will go down, so the wrap comes in pretty quickly, but this flank is no longer as beneficial because they're probably expecting something from that side of the map anyway. And 40 there to watch for it. The first shot goes out onto Creeds. Loons struggling for the trade, won't get it, and it is Entropy that will have the chance to close this map out.
Yeah. That's just such a weird play from Awesome. I guess he thought he was covered, but like you said, Entropy now on the brink of getting this thing done. Map point on their edge. GV needing this to push to an overtime. We haven't had an overtime yet here on the weekend, or for this day on the weekend, I should say.
Not at all this weekend.
Oh, okay, damn. Oh, that's a good prediction I made. Not bad at all. Oh my god, they have the B site for free, Jordan.
Yeah, this is about the best possible setup you could have hoped for Entropy. It's looking like it's all falling into a heap for GV. Creeds found the back. He'll be picked up by Gainer, and GV are going to have their heads in their hands after this. They were all smiles at halftime at that 7-2 scoreline, but this has been an absolutely nightmare half for them. And Loons has an impossible task ahead. Going to be spotted out there by Madison as well. A little bit more chip damage out of that grenade, but a 4v1 is required for Loons, and that just seems a stretch too far. He will take down Madison, but it costs him a lot of his hit points. And he is now just a stray bullet away from being finished off. And time, of course, a factor as well. So we all know which way this one is going. It is a victory for Entropy. Bevo is stoked. And Gainer as well. It is 10-8 on map 1. And Entropy looking to cause an upset. I would consider this an upset. GV 5-5 on the standings at the moment. Entropy 3-7. So if Entropy could manage to somehow pick up this second map as well, I'm going to be very pleased to call this an upset win.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you, Jordan. I definitely think this is an upset win. Like, I mean, again, Entropy, you know, like I said, a team that I felt long-term, I felt like could definitely be a big threat. I didn't think they were going to really find a lot of win columns a lot in this season. I felt like this was kind of the rebuild one, but look, I mean, I think for them, this can put them at a 4-7 right now, so not bad at all. But I mean, that's the thing, is that, you know, GV now need to figure out what they got to do to kind of get things a little bit more cleaned up, because when we look at the vetoes, I mean, again, it's going to be Black Widow, which is a good pick for GV, and then if we get there, it's going to be Port. So that definitely is more GV sided, I would say, but not to say that, you know, Entropy could cause a little bit of an upset on Black Widow, considering how minimal it's been played so far this season.
Yeah, most definitely. On the other side of the coin, I guess for GV, that's going to be a real rough one to swallow. They've got some time now to think about things as we will hand it back over to the desk before heading into map number 2.
Game for this series, GV versus Entropy, and Entropy gets their map on this first game, and GV performed really well as we expected, but both teams performed really well on the attacking half.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, I have to agree with Lazier because he did highlight that Entropy is a threat in the future, but nonetheless, they're a threat now. Like they did pretty good for game number 1. I'm kind of surprised.
Yeah, for the set summary, we see that 40, as you predicted, would get this game for Entropy.
Yep.
On Ankara, this game presents very more info and insight, like we said before we go to this game, that Entropy still have some tricks under the sleeves, and they can pull this off on this series. Do you think from these teams and this performance that we are going for game 3?
I mean, I hope so, because Entropy did pick Ankara.
Yes.
You know, so it makes sense that it's a comfortable map for them. I have to say GV's next map, I think it was Compound, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure, I forgot.
Black Widow?
Black Widow, sorry, yeah, Black Widow. I really think at this point, it's hard to tell, because GV did play well, but again, they took their time to study each other as two teams. Entropy and GV, so maybe they can sense some of the things going on and possibly capitalize on.
But the highlight for me is going from 7-1 to 10-8.
Yeah, that's a bit unique to say the least. I mean, you said it, 7-1 to 10-8, if I'm not mistaken. It's pretty interesting, and I can't put my finger on it because I don't know what went wrong for Team GV, to be honest. Like, they seem to have a very, very strong rhythm at the beginning, but it turns out like it just fell off.
GV playing a game that seemed very easy for them, but Entropy gets this game, and I think from my perspective this is a very well done, well executed from Entropy, and it's a mental boost for them. Even we're behind 6 rounds, we can get the game for us, and this is a huge mental boost before game 2.
Yeah, and this shows you why this is such a competitive level, because if each team is capable of going from 7-1 to 10-8, like it's kind of it seems impossible, but it's very competitive to say the least, and I'm excited to see next game as well.
Game 2 for GV on their map, Black Widow. We'll see how things would wrap up. Would we go for a game number 3 or not?
I mean, I hope so, and always the decider.
We hope.
Yeah, I hope so.
From
Will
what
we?
you say?
Yeah, 100%. I don't think GV is just gonna give up just like that. But I do believe that Game 3 is meant for teams and competitiveness like this, because at the end of the day, it shows who has more mental fortitude, who has more patience, perseverance, and so on.
This game will mean a lot for Entropy. If they can close this series 2-0, would prevent future collapses, and will put Entropy on the let's say the right course. They will try to build up on this victory, and will try to get up, like we said, for the 5th place, even 4th, and in this next few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I hope so. I'd like to see GV and Entropy step up their game a little bit and be able to, contest teams like Anubis or even GG,
Yeah. GV performed really well on this first game. I was like, while watching the game, like, yes, I'm right. I predicted GV to perform this well, and the second half was a blast for me.
You did.
And Entropy performed really, really well. And like you said, the mental fortitude for this players to come from 7-0 or 7-1 to 10-8. It's a huge comeback. It's a huge, like we said, focus the harmony between the players. As we said, they have individual skills, but they lack the team play. But
Yes.
what we saw on this game was the opposite.
Yeah, I mean, this game was kind of special to say the least. Just like the casters did highlight, like I think Entropy is playing the way Entropy should, and just like we saw in game number 1, I think 999 does have some hope. You know, it's just unfortunate that the bottom 4 in the standings just had some mishaps and stuff, and it's kind of, I wouldn't say too late, but at least it's good signs for the future.
We saw both teams perform really well on the attacking side, but the defending side was the
issue.
was the issue. Do you think that GV on Black Widow could benefit from this map as they selected it, so we can see a huge or a slight let's say a performance from GV on the defending side?
Yeah, I mean, realistically speaking, I think the top 4 teams are the ones who can play attack way better and much more aggressively and capitalize on that and become, win rounds in that sense. But we'll have to wait and see, because usually GV's playstyle is very slow tempo. They wait for the last 30 seconds and stuff like that.
So do you think the map would make a difference or not?
100%. 100%. I'll tell you why. Because both teams have strong AWM players like 40 and I always get confused. 40 and Awesome, right? So 40 and Awesome, I think on attack, they don't really perform as good, but they're very strong on defense, to the point that I wouldn't say you can leave them as an anchor, but they're usually the first to rotate once one of the opponent's surface on a attack side, and they fix it. Yeah.
So this second game will bring us some good news. Even if Entropy wins or GV can square things up and get us a 1-1 situation to go to map number 3. But before, GV is a huge test over Entropy, as Entropy tries to perform this series and get this series for 2-0 as we play on this 5th week and day 15 of CrossFire West League. 8 top teams performing on this season. How do you think the competition so far?
I mean, the teams that really did stand out is probably GV and Anubis, because teams like Gaimin Gladiators, they're mainly Turkish with a Portuguese individual as well. They're ex-LCK. They were exceptionally strong, to say the least. They won last year's split in 2024. Teams like unKnights, ROC, they're all ex-teams as well, with a crazy roster. But anyways, what do you think? Yeah,
I think game 2 is ready, and it's time for us to go and see.
Yep.
Thanks very much, Desk. And of course, yeah, they are right. And we're ready to go on the second map. And a very surprising event here on Caro that happened, where Entropy were able to make the bit of a comeback and got themselves a victory. But that was their map pick. And now we get to go into map pick here for GV. And it is going to be Black Widow, Jordan. And I mean, I don't know about you, but this is going to be probably one of my favorite maps to see. And surprisingly, this season, it's really just not been played. I feel like a lot of teams have realized, it's not an easy map to do.
Yeah, I'm very intrigued to see whether or not Entropy can hold their own on this second map, or if Ankara is going to be the only one where they really do look competitive on, because they did look competitive in their opening matchup against GV earlier on in the season on Ankara. They did lose at 13-10, pushed it through to OT, but the other map which they played in that series was Subbase, and they lost that 10-4. So is Ankara kind of a bit of a one-hit wonder, and we're expecting a GV reverse sweep today to make it a 2-1 scoreline, or has Entropy built themselves up over the course of the last 3 weeks and now are going to be more than a match for GV, find themselves with a 2-0? We'll see. This initial setup looks to be a pretty good one here for GV if Entropy decide to try to force their way out long.
actually. And yeah, awesome. I like the idea, but unfortunately for them, it's just not the right bit of an execution for that one. FaZe now, again, being the only player here locked in with Yom, playing behind Truck. Entropy can actually just pull on back. I like this idea. They're not just going to over-aggress on this. Leave 40 to maybe find the duel. This is a sniper versus sniper. FaZe is actually playing very conservative. He's just going to wait things out. Not bad at all. A little bit of discipline on this one. If FaZe goes down, I mean, surely they're just going to try to pounce on this quickly, but Entropy do have a lot of options, but they don't have a lot of time to work with either. Creed's finding that duel. That's going to be big. We're going to see a lot of snipers this game, just given the distance of this one. And GV looking like they might be able to secure the first round here. Jordan, C4's in the back of mid. Gainer, now he just has to go for fights. I don't know. 18 seconds remaining. Loons, you got to hit the shot, brother. Oh, man, he's missing it. Things are getting a little bit awkward and weird, but now I think Gainer realizing, okay, look, I don't got no time. I got nothing to work with. And there we go. GV will secure a round, but it did get a little bit more sweaty than it needed to be.
Yep, for sure. But it's always nice to start your map with a round in the back pocket, particularly when you're down 0-1 in terms of the series. Nice little confidence settler for GV. They're on the right foot, but the greatest of starts, all things considered. It was a bit awkward over there on long to begin with. It does give us a bit of an insight, though, as to what maybe Entropy is going to look like on this Blacklist side, and if you're not going to be able to win a round with an advantage like that off of the start, that can be a bit of a concern as well.
Nice pop flash, actually. Entropy not like it's a little bit of an opening, but Creed's, man, he goes for the big gunfight, but it's not only the one kill. And now Vi's going to go against his former teammate Loons, and they actually surprisingly pick up a double kill here. So now GV are actually on the back a little bit here on the boards, but Snox might be able to swap it like he does. Gainer get taken out here, but GV have... What is going on here? This is wild. Again, GV have been able to bounce back into this round. They can actually swing into the site, take down the bomb carrier, and this is a long road for 40. They can honestly be able to single-handedly just lock this site down, but they need to coordinate this properly. Vice is just posted in the corner. FaZe needs to get himself through that window, and now it's all down to the 1v1 somehow in some way. We're in the same position we're down in before, where the bomb's going to be down. Oh, 40 just needs to get this kill. Reloading the Colt. He's trying everything in his power. And it's the sniper versus sniper once again. And it's going to be 40 that does one better.
I can't believe that he's stuck himself in that little cutout and still won the duel. Crazy round. Again, comes down to the 1v1. 40. Hitting the shot here, though, is big and keeps that scoreline at 1 apiece. Entropy going to cause a bit of a ruckus here. FaZe should not be allowed out alive and will not be. That's well traded in the end by Vice. He needs to be a little careful with how he's moving here, because there's a lot of presence outside of B from GV, and it doesn't seem like they're too aware of that. Another good trade from Vice. Is pushed through from the B side of the map. I think it's going to catch Entropy off guard. Vice has had a bit of a look for that, not spotted them out. Now, though, the information is starting to trickle through that there's 2 players pushed out of B. Surely they've got to try to pick the pace up toward A.
Gotta find something here, and actually Snox, like, nice little bit of timing on this one too. Takes down Vice, so Creed's playing right behind the brown box here. This is actually a decent position because he should be able to find this one. Oh man, look at that! Gainer actually getting himself on the cat has really just created the opening. So an advantage what was once for GV has put them in a clutch scenario again, and this seems to be the case here. Loons does find the opening duel, but that was a low HP player. Now he's got Gainer to worry about. Full HP, 19 bullets in the chamber. Evaluating all his options, and now Loons has to be able to hit the shot, but Gainer does the better of him. And Entropy still staying competitive in this one.
More than competitive, actually. They're leading. 2-1. Not the end of the world just yet for GV. There's a lot of smokes over towards long, a lot of flashes over towards long as well. This is a massive battle, and Entropy decide that they're not interested in that. They recognize with the amount of util that was tossed in there, there's probably a few GV players on the other side of this engagement. So let's not overcommit to it just yet. They're going to come back for the double pump now when there's only 2 players set up on long instead. So numbers are definitely more favorable for Entropy here. And Snox, good opening shot. They've also spotted out that next player of Awesome. Yes, they have. It took them a second double take, but 2 for 2. Can't be too mad about that if you're on the blacklist side.
No, not at all. And GV really, I feel, yeah, they're playing a bit more reactive, right? We talked a lot about that in the first series, but I really feel like right now they're just keeping their head above the water for now, which has been really difficult. So 1 round differential, sure, but it has not been easy. And Entropy have been playing a pretty solid game so far. Loons playing on the catwalk here, so they're going to have this cat control leaving long open, but it's not even going to matter because Entropy got their eyes on the prize here in B. So leaving a phase, and he's actually just posted up here on the edge of the stairs. So a very common position, needs to be able to hit the shot, misses it. So now he's going to reposition behind box. He's just going to try to use that as much as possible for coverage.
Can't do this if you're
50 seconds.
They can't be hitting this side. This setup is just way too strong for GV. I mean, they have 50 seconds there. They could have completely reset, but it does look like they're going to just try and bat it down the door here. I'm not necessarily sure about that. Gainer, though, comes to... How has he gotten 2 there? That's just unreal. The crossfire is broken, and then Creeds gets the double as well. That's an absolute mad round on both sides, but GV comes out ahead. Ludicrous that Gainer can get a double entry like that. It's like a full 180 crossfire.
It really is. And it was surprising they actually went for that hit, like you said. It just felt like the setup was so good. And now Entropy are actually just going to change the pace a little bit here down towards long A. They're trying to get way more aggro. They want to be able to find an opening duel. They want to make things uncomfortable. That's exactly what they're doing. But really good patience here from FaZe. Finally goes down, but at least a little bit of back and forth from Creeds. Oh man, that's awkward. Actually, now Entropy have taken the better of it.
Somehow. Got the C4 back over towards BL spawn. Perfect call right here would be pick that C4 up and go over to B. They'll slow it down instead. Beva just kind of keeping a bit of control on A long. GV not up to too much so far on this. Loon's now getting some info, spots a few out. Again, I think all here for Entropy is just go B. You know there's a guy there. You know there's a guy there. You've got to assume that they're going to double up, and instead of charging into him and letting him trade you down, maybe you just walk over to B, which was completely open. I know they're not 100% aware of that, but again, you know, if you're hedging your bets, you're probably assuming that the 2 players are playing together on the same site. Now, up into the window, though, will be found out by Beba, and that ends up 3-on-2. I don't know, like, Laz, am I a bit cooked here, or is it, like, in a 2v3, okay, you've spotted out 1 player. Do you go towards the 1 player, in which case you're potentially walking into 2, definitely walking into 1, or go to the other side of the map where you know you're definitely not walking into 1, which means at worst you're walking into 1 other player, maybe 0. That's my thinking there.
Yeah, no, I agree. You're good. Don't worry. Some weird decisions for sure. And that's kind of been this game. I feel like there's just been so many back and forth decisions of both these teams doing some weird things, right? And I don't know. It makes me definitely scratch my head a little bit too. And even some of the positioning we see from GV has just been really awkward and weird. And some of the decision here from Entropy, but look, keeping the lead. And now they're just going to try to bulldoze into this site that's successful so far. Oh man, FaZe, he has to do something magical, but unfortunately, it's a short show. And now, I mean, Entropy should be able to have this round done and dusted, unless they play this weird one-on-one engagements and just give up the bodies. But surely this is going to put them at a 4.
Seems that way. GV are really struggling again, though. You do have to remember that they're playing on the GR side, and today GR side has been a little bit rough between these 2 teams. So potentially still a bit of a BL-sided matchup. Entropy will obviously be wanting to take as much of an advantage of this BL start as they possibly can. Yeah, maybe even get it up to a 7-2. Again, Black Widow, another one of those maps where you can kind of get the job done on both sides. Maybe slightly leans a little bit to BL side. So 4-2, probably around that par score at the moment.
I just didn't think it was going to be like this. I really didn't. It's still a close game for sure. But again, Entropy are just, really leading this well. I don't think I've actually seen them play this map yet this season, if I'm not mistaken. But not to say they haven't, but it just feels like officially it's been very minimal. And GV were kind of the one team I felt like they were wanting to play this. Every team has their favorite map, but Entropy have maybe done some really good homework on this. And so far, putting themselves in a 2-round buffer. And GV are, starting off so hot on map number 1, and then they just cooled right down. They hit the ice bath, and then there was just no turning back. And that's kind of what it feels like right now. They just cannot get warmed up again.
Well, this round has played out a little slower, at least in terms of the opening kills. Smoke on through to the position that Entropy are holding. It doesn't seem like it's going to slow them down all that much. They want to go through it. They just want to edge that smoke, and they're going to walk right into Scott's cross there. He's good for 1, but no more than that. The tap's just not landing beyond the opener. Creeds, though, double with the Orm, and he's dropped the C4 as well. This is problems for Entropy. GV just going to fight it. They're like fish in a barrel down there. That's the end of Creed. So Loons exiting, I think, has been spotted out there as well by Entropy. They're going to get a bomb plan here pretty quickly, and it's going to take Loons, again, quite a while to get over to this site. So he's really only going to have 25 seconds probably to work with on this retake. It's cleared out bridge, but to do a lot of site clearing, and he's been spotted out by Vyers as well. So Madison, aware that this fight is coming his way, just ducking back and forth around the boxes, doing the dance of death. 20 seconds on the clock now as Loons pushes his way forward, but a nice jump up the stairs from Vyers to get the trade, and Entropy progressing along quite nicely today.
Yeah, they really are. They're looking really good, and their system's looking a lot more clean, and things are up to date a little bit. Now the long control once again, 40. Oh my god, I can't believe he's alive. I thought he was a dead man for sure, but look at how fast GV just retreat this. They just go, you know what, no. And that's one player. It's not even like Entropy have committed all their players to this. So they're playing a little bit more scared. Now things are getting a little bit more timid from these guys. This is where hesitation starts to really become a problem. And Entropy in a really, really good position right now. Putting on some good pressure. Winning first fights again. So one of the alms here is going to be removed. The cat control. They might even just run through the smoke. They might not even care about this. And honestly, I don't blame them. They've been able to take that control so easily. Now Awesome, he's going to get caught in the worst position in the world. And Jordan, Entropy are just looking like there could be a Black Widow team with the way they're playing.
Yeah, that's for sure. Fight's going to go down, 4-on-3. GV, once again, the odds are against them, and they're going to have to try to make a retake happen here. Snock's getting smoked off, but he's able to work out past that. Will be seen by 40. So it shouldn't be too much of a surprise for Entropy. Gainer looking to put that to rest. He's missing a few too many shots, so 40 has to come through to help him out. Now Creed's go through the smoke at the same time as Loons. That's a 1-for-1 trade, but that's not enough to give Loons much control on this side at all, and Entropy get themselves another one. This is a completely wild day, given how it started with a 7-2 half favoring GV, and here we are now with Entropy looking like they might actually 2-0 them.
Yeah, there's a big possibility here for the 2-0, and I mean, this is where, I think us in the desk, we all were kind of saying, like, GV, definitely the ones that felt like there was a big leniency that they should be able to have this, but we knew this could be a potential 3-mapper, but GV have really they seem like they've just kind of disappeared in this. I don't know what happened. Maybe there's just something that in the first map that they thought they had it. They're running on fumes. I don't know, but Entropy are also playing a very stellar game right now. So I got to give them a lot of props and kudos. And you can even see mixing up the playbook, mixing up the strategies. They're going to go back for this B hit potentially. That's going to be the test here of Loons and also FaZe. Paul flashes in. FaZe does find the first connection. FaZe actually playing inside sight this time, not in window. Oh, look at Entropy. FaZe is now just picking them apart. Delicious sandwich. Now, are they even going to commit to this? They can pull back. They can reconvene if they want. And the rotate's already happening. Jordan, this is not good.
It's the same sort of situation as that other round that I was talking about, where they don't necessarily have to commit to this, though. That kill from 40 may incentivize them to just stick around here and see what's on offer. Beva trying to catch the play behind the box, but not going to work out when there's so many GV members there to defend with. So GV do somewhat stabilize that half by at least getting the last one and making it a 6-3 deficit as opposed to a 7-2. It's dramatically better, but it's still not good if you're on the side of GV. So they're going to be hoping that they have a very good second half here.
No, definitely. I mean, that's the thing. Like, it's really impressive. Like, because again, I felt like, you know, for a team like Entropy, it was like, well, their BL sides have been okay. I didn't feel like they were that great. But honestly, I feel like they've kind of flipped the script a little bit here. Like, their BL sides seem to be really the moneymaker. Now with them going to be on the GR, I mean, what we've seen here for day number 3 here of this weekend is that the GR side has really just been a problem. It has not been really stellar for anybody. So we see that GV kind of like grasping to get themselves at least a last round in that first half. But this is the thing. They're going to use this timeout. They got a minute and 30 to have the long talks together. But I mean, for Entropy, I'm putting a lot more eyes on them to see what their defense is going to bring to this, because we saw that GV were really aggressive. They were taking map control really quickly. They were just kind of like ego, you know, fighting everything on the first map. But are they going to do the same thing here? I have no idea. This is a map that they like to play, but I mean, they're getting humbled right now.
Looks like we might be taking a halftime break here for Awesome. Needing to get himself sorted, ready to go for the second half. Oh, it's a timeout. So it's timeout before the second half. Interesting. I mean, maybe he's just had to go AFK for something and they've used their tac timeout for that. I don't know. But because it wouldn't make sense to me necessarily to call the tac timeout here just prior to the second half without at least have played out, you know, 1 or 2 rounds. But I suppose they don't have a huge amount of rounds to actually work with. So, you know, you go in here 6-3, you lose the first round or 2, and all of a sudden it's 8-3, and then you take your tac timeout. It's like, well, don't have much to fall back on if we just have an unlucky round, you know, or someone just gets picked at the start of a round or something like that. So, well, maybe they want to have a chat about things before they really get underway.
Yeah, and that could be it. It does seem like a kind of a weird timing for a timeout, like. But I mean, I mean, we could analyze this forever, right? I mean, that's the thing is like, where is the mental and the attitude really bad, or do they really just want to be crystal clear? I mean, maybe, but it just seems like kind of odd timing in my perspective too. Like, I don't feel like most teams should be calling it then, but really they might have thought they were not quite there yet. And maybe it's not working out for them, because you can see Entropy have already started things off with the openings. Awesome's going to go down quickly. They try to go for that long A and punish for it, so now they're just going to kind of abandon that idea. Creeds is actually pushing up on a solo mission here, going for a fight. He takes the knee of Madison, but that's all he's going to get. So this might be desperation here too, you know, Jordan. This is not a GV that I want to see. Like, when they start playing desperate and hoping to win a fight, that's when this thing could really fall apart quick.
Well, they're not in a particularly good spot here, are they, GV? Especially if you lose this first round. Snox. Oh, nice kill onto 40, though. We'll pull one back. Back now to the 4-on-4. Util getting tossed in onto the A-bomb site. Beva's there to defend, but Madison in a world of hurt right here as Creeds is going to come swinging up long. We'll take him down. It's a 2v2, and it's on to Vise. Really. Oh, but Vise and Gainer in the end, they get the job done. Gainer from behind. Vise holding the front, and Entropy find the first round of the second half.
Ooh, boy. A lot of good prep, man. I'm pretty sure it's Vise calling this. Like, definitely if somebody 100% knows, and they can throw me a DM or something, let me know. But I'm being pretty convinced he's, like, leading the shots. I don't know if there's, like, a secondary IGL on this team, but I was really curious about him calling, just given his experience. I didn't really remember if he was actually, like, previously an IGL or, like, a secondary caller, but it's been good. Like I said, like, I feel like long-term these guys could really be a threat. But maybe now they realizing, look, like our positioning going into this later portion of the season, we got to really get some games if we want to get that 4th place. Things are still competitive with these 2 teams that we're seeing right now, but if they can find a 2-0 here today, man, oh man, that's just gonna boost them up a little bit more and can make things a lot more interesting when we go to that following weekend.
Creeds. Not actually going to be required in that opening kill, as it's still going to go the way of GV. Bit of a solo push out there from Beva. Hasn't really worked out. So that does put Entropy on the back foot in this round.
Ooh.
Dana just gets absolutely dropped as well. So this round looks like it's just a pack of cards falling over really for Entropy. Maybe 40 can do something about that, or maybe not. Nice shot from Creeds. Good solid take from GV, and well, that'll be around that builds the confidence up.
Yeah, that's going to definitely do something there, and actually keeping 4 alive is definitely nice just in terms of a convincing round. So not bad at all here for GV to be able to get themselves back onto this. But still a lot of rounds to make this a more competitive game and bringing it back to a tie situation. But I'm not sure if there's a technical or maybe a timeout that they're going to utilize here. I'm not sure. Everybody looks moderately happy, so this is good. But I mean, you know, for Entropy, like, I mean, we saw GV trying a lot for getting cat control. They tried this like late mid approach on their GR side. I'll be curious what Entropy want to do. And actually, the other thing too is that GV actually tried to contest down long A many times, and they weren't really successful. I feel like I counted there was about 5 or 6 takes, and I feel like there were only like 1 out of 5 times that they actually did well with it. So I think Entropy, if they can get that long A control, you know, put Gainer there, or even put like maybe something like Beva to just kind of anchor that could be really nice for them, just to kind of put their defense a little bit more spread and leaned on B and towards A. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, I have a suspicion this might be another tech pause. Maybe something happening over on the GV side. That's why we're not getting to see the cams. They look all good as well. I don't know. I thought, well, GV have used their tack. At least that's what was shown to us in the halftime break. I mean, if this is not the Entropy timeout, then maybe it is a tech, but not too sure. Everything's looking okay.
Yeah, everybody's
we'll be back into it pretty shortly.
It's always so hard to realize, like, after, like, you know, some of these players, like GV especially, like, I never know what to really read from their facial expressions. Like, I feel like Creed's usually is the one that's like quite animated. I feel like everybody else seems so like monotone where you don't know. I mean, it's probably not like that in, like, you know, the Discord or whatever they use, but I mean, like, just visually, you're like, what's the vibe right now? Like, what is GV thinking or feeling? Well, that long A control was a little bit of a teaser. GV were like, well, maybe let's try, but actually, they do get that control on Hut, so now they're going to be successful on the BL side, so actually Entropy are the ones that give it up this time. I don't even mind that, honestly. Like, it is good if the GR side can obtain that map control quickly, but it's not the end-all be-all in this situation, right? So they're just going to play a 2-1-2, pretty standard, and I think they're, you know, I wonder if GV were wondering if Entropy were going to try something like a rabbit out of the hat here, or something kind of crazy, but a lot more respect in this round for sure.
Made over the top, does land onto the face of FaZe. It'll just soften him up a little bit. I think Vi's getting the information that he's outside of B for the moment, but GV haven't really given away much of their intentions around the rest of the map. They do have some control on A long, so an A split would not be a bad shout here at all. You can see Gainer keeping a bit of an eye on long. The job of 40 to watch short. But GV really waiting the timer down now. Not a great start to the round, considering it's now taken a minute and a half to get there for GV, but they are down 4 on 5. Here comes the play into A. Hasn't gone very well.
Yeah.
Very good hold from Entropy as they do get a pretty clean wipe there, all things considered. GV now find themselves at another 4-round deficit. 2 to go for Entropy. This is starting to feel like more and more of a sure thing.
Yeah, now an 8-4 and big hold from Madison at the end, like you said. Ooh, and they do try to get a little bit cheeky. They try to get a little bit of a aggression on this, and look at how fast that GB just load the kill feed. They're just gonna leave the C4. They don't even care. They don't even care at all. They're just gonna go for the hunt. Bev, I think, was spotted from Creeds. So they have just under 2 minutes. I don't know. This is interesting. Do they just go?
Go get the bomb, guys.
Yeah, I know, that's the thing. I was just thinking, like, you got to either go for the kill here and just be ridiculous, or you got to go for the bomb. Like, he's just like,
It's like 4 of them are AFK on the site. They're just chilling on A, and it's like, oh, you go get the bomb. You go get the bomb. No one's going to get the bomb, bro. Anyway, it's all good. Sorted out in the end, and Madison opening the account here again for Entropy. What's going on here? Snox has just gone charging out of that smoke. Awesome down as well. And if the last round was super one-sided for GV, this is the complete antithesis of that, as Entropy look like they're going to be picking up a free round now.
Yeah, honestly, and that's so surprising too, because again, Entropy in the previous round, they were the ones that went so quickly down to the grave, right? It was them just getting really aggressive, but this is another flip. So Loons and FaZe on a 2-on-4, and now leaving it all down to FaZe. I mean, Entropy are putting themselves on the brink of map and series point, unless FaZe can find himself a huge clutch here. He's got the C4 on his back, but again, he's got some time. Doesn't have any players he has to fight against here, so Entropy actually playing this really nice. Going to group up together, and they're going to go the long way on this. I actually love this play because Madison's just clearing up mid just in case. This is a good setup. They're going to play the numbers. This is the best way you should do this right now, Jordan.
Yep, big fan of that from Entropy. Was critical of a couple of teams earlier on this weekend for splitting in a 3v1 and losing it. But if they play together, as long as they trade things down, they should be okay. And they've now spotted him out, so they know exactly where he is. They can all filter through together, and there should be almost no way that FaZe wins that round. And indeed, it will be secured for Entropy. They're 1 round away from completing this series. Completing it 2-0 as well, and I'd say that's a huge upset win for Entropy.
Yeah, this is definitely a big upset on the making, potentially, but you got to make sure the job's not done yet. 4 chances here to close things off. GV now getting a little bit more desperate with a 3-2 split. Classic play onto this, and they do actually win these engagements. Now 40. He's going to get overwhelmed here by the numbers, so now the big flank of Madison, but it might be a little too late on this. He's got the arm. It's a 1-on-4. Yeah, this might just be the write-off.
GV got to look into this and think, okay, these faster plays are actually working. Twice in a row now we've gone for something a little bit quicker. I guess one of them was almost forced upon them by Entropy, but overall, solid display in those quicker rounds for GV. So they might just want to keep that pace pretty quick rather than allowing it to slow down. That's where Entropy, they are allowed to work with this double launch setup, and someone like 40 can have the impact. He's gotten out alive as well. Creed up through long, has now been spotted out. This is a bit of a mess. They've let them out long, and a lot of space being taken by GV as a result. Gainer can't capitalize on it. Madison, though, has got a double. Didn't get a collab, I don't even know, but he's found 2. And back to 2-on-2, 2-on-1 now as Madison catches up with Snox as well with the pistol in hand, and it's just Creeds left alive. This round has fallen apart, it's fallen to bits for GV. Creeds is trying to save the day. Vise is not shying away from the fight either. They're both happy to take the challenge. It does slow down now, and Vise just going to go have a look over toward the window, which will prove to be the killing blow for GV, and Entropy secure the 2-0 tonight.
Damn, that was definitely not what I was expecting at all. A huge congratulations to them, right? I mean, that's a big, big victory. And when we were talking about this, again, like just in terms of the standings originally, is that GV was sitting in 5th place with a 5-5. So now this is going to put Entropy in a way better position. I mean, they definitely going into this were, I think they were about 3-7. So it wasn't the greatest situation for them, but nonetheless, this is a huge W. And that's the thing where we're getting into this mid part of the season, mid-late portion, is all these wins are going to make so much of a difference for that top 4, right? I mean, Anubis do have themselves in a comfortable position, but that GV Entropy is definitely delivered where we thought, but Entropy have caused a bit of an upset, in my opinion, on this one.
I agree. I mean, it's really a battle for 5th place, those two teams right now, GV and Entropy. And that is essentially the battle to stay in the CFWL for next season, right? If you can stay in at least 5th position or higher, you are guaranteed a position into season 2 of CFWL. Any lower than that, and you're battling off for your position, you're down in the relegation spots, and it gets a little bit more difficult from there. So big win for Entropy in terms of at least in part helping to secure their way through to the next season. Now, they still need to do a lot more throughout the rest of this season and kind of lock things in that way. They are still going to be, even after a win here over GV, behind on the standings, but it makes that gap a little bit less, and so maybe a chance they can catch up. But either way, that's a conversation for later on in the season. And for now, it's time for us to go to yet another break, and then we'll be jumping into our final series of the day. We'll catch you soon.
And so we are back after Entropy gets the win and the victory over the series, the second series we have on day 15 over GV. ماشي.
I mean, I'm surprised as much as you are, and I really think at this point, Entropy did make a statement, to say the least. Maybe GV was under the weather or something, but Entropy deserves it.
For sure, Entropy surprises us as we used to get some surprises from Entropy 10 to 6. But this time, Entropy was ahead from the first or from the start of this game till the end. The scenario that happened on the first game didn't happen on the second. I thought that GV may make a comeback on the second half as well and try to reverse the scenario over Entropy, but Entropy maintained the game, maintained the lead, and got their game.
Yeah, and it's a surprise to all of us because they beat GV on their map pick as well, and the KDAs are pretty strong. Manasin buys almost 1.0 plus,
True.
and Beva, not to say the least, even during the match he had a lot of utility usage, some double peaks on both sides. He was also very useful within the team, within the roster.
True. And our MVP for this series is 40, the one you said. I'm focusing on this player. I'm watching this player, and 40 never disappoints.
Yeah, I mean, 40 is an outstanding player, to say the least. He did perform exceptionally well. We'll see in the highlights in a little bit. But yeah, like, what can I say? Very calm, cool, composed individual. Very accurate with the arm, to say the least. And not just that, it's like he can kind of forecast and foreshadow where players are going to be at the right time. And he manages to execute that almost perfectly. He has a great read of GV as well. That's how I see it.
This game, Entropy maintained the lead over the game and over the second half, which means a lot.
Yes.
As GV gets the attacking side, we know both teams are huge on the attacking side, so getting this game was a statement from Entropy that they are still on development. They are still getting better and better each and every week.
110%. I couldn't agree with you more, because Zika, to say the least, yeah, they might be in the lower bracket, whatever you want to call it, but I always keep repeating this in all of the VODs. All 8 teams are exceptionally well. Very
True.
good roster. Some minor changes, whether it's the history or how young the ratio of each team is, and so on. And this makes a huge difference. It does make a mental and physical impact, you know, when it comes to experience and whatnot. So I really think 40, Entropy, let's mention TBI, 999, possibly even GV as well. Yeah, they're not bad. They're just struggling a little bit, like you said, with the synergy and cohesiveness and whatnot.
Like we said, Entropy entered this game with the mental focus on the second game after winning from 7-1 to 10-8. This gave them the mental boost to get this game. Yes, sure, we can win as much as we can, and we can secure our team this second game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to bring them down, but I'm thinking Entropy, yeah, they got to win now. And I really hope, I don't know the math behind it, but if they win all the future games, I'm not sure if that will qualify them to playoffs or not. I'll have to double check. But nonetheless, even if they don't make it to playoffs, I'm really excited for the future of Entropy and what they have to offer.
Okay, then Entropy gets a very important victory on this series. GV, let's say, how do we put it? They suffered a little bit on the hands of Entropy.
Yes.
And for more insights, we have Gainer now. So, hello, Gainer.
Gainer, as you guys know, is a fellow Egyptian, if I'm not mistaken. So
Yep.
I just want to say hi,
Hello.
Gainer.
Yeah.
Can you hear us?
Hello, hello.
sorry.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Perfect.
Alhamdulillah,
perfect.
alhamdulillah.
Hello, Gainer.
Hello.
At first, we didn't expect Entropy to win 2-0 as for us on the desk. So, what do you say to us at first?
Yeah, yeah, we didn't expect it either. It's sort of like it would be a harder match, but like
that's very
my
humble.
teammates did much better.
Yes.
Yeah, we're really happy for the win.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
really glad. I'm really glad for you guys, and I wish you guys the best of luck as well. And not just your team, you performed exceptionally well, Gainer. I respect that.
how did you
Yeah, thank
prepare
you.
for this game, and how did you? What is the special preparations versus GV?
It's Manison and Vice, like both are like co-leaders. They lead the team. They watch the replays and prepare the stuff, and yeah, they give very good calls and help. But like they knew what GV was doing most of the time, you know. They're like
They've
they're
done
doing
their
this, they're
homework.
doing that, and it was easier. Yeah, it was much easier. Bro, I was like standing and I was like, okay, what are they doing? He says they are doing 1, 2, 3. And okay, I go.
Wow.
Yeah, so they
Yeah,
play
like-
like anchors or leaders of your team, to say the least. They do have the most experience out of most people,
Yeah.
not just in your team, but around the entire split or
Yeah,
standing.
like I'm very grateful.
Very fast. First game, you were behind 6 rounds,
7-2.
and you managed to get the game. How did you feel about this, and how you feel after going into game 2?
Very happy. Like we were very happy that we did a comeback, and we
Yeah.
were like, yeah, it's much higher than for round 2,
Yeah.
for map 2. Yeah,
Game 2, yeah.
and it went smoothly. Yeah.
I feel like Gainer is the executioner. You know, what's the plan? Okay, I go, I execute the enemy. Yeah.
I mean, there's no shame being a leader or a follower. It's the same. It's both required within an organization.
Yeah, like it is not my rule actually to lead the bush like when we go in, but I love to, you know, like I'd be like, I'm confident I can get the kill, so let me go, you know, and like
I think
I
this
just
is the
go in
most
and, yeah, shoot
important
him.
word that he said. I
Perfect.
know my role. I
Yeah.
know what I'm supposed to do, and I'm trying to do it
To
very
manage
well.
it perfectly, yeah. And so you did. Thank you so much, Gainers. Anything else you'd like
Amazing.
to add,
No,
Zika?
no, no. I hope
Thank you.
you
and I
the
wanna thank
best.
the supporters.
Oh, yeah. God bless your fans,
Of
man.
course, from this day, Entropy for good. Thank you, Gainer, for being with us, and best of luck for all
Thank you
the
too.
See you,
upcoming
Gainer. Good luck.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
matches.
See you.
Thank you, Habib.
See you.
Bye bye. Very humble, very modest, very elegant.
Yes.
He knows his role. I'm not the planner, I'm the executioner.
Yes,
I go, I execute, I get kills.
Now, our finale, which is, if I'm not mistaken, TBI versus ROC. This is, I don't want to say, but it's like the clash of the pharaohs. You know what I mean? Like, this is going to be a game that I do hope it goes to best of 3. But
Old ones and the new.
yeah, obviously, yeah. X3BL ROC is a phenomenal team. TBI as well is led by Penguin at the moment. They have King, Dirty Booker. I think one of them is subbed, if I'm not mistaken. We're going to have to wait and see the roster right now. But yeah, I don't look at win rates. I don't look at placements, man. When it comes to this CFS West, I just simply look at the camera and I look at how prepared the boys are.
Okay, but speaking numbers, at least for me,
Yeah.
Snake versus Dirty, we see potential very high from Bad Intentions, and they played very well on the first weeks. Yes, they lost a lot, but they performed really well.
Yeah.
But it seemed we're heading for a quick day today.
And I hope not. I don't want the quick day. I never do, right?
I
when it-
predicted the last game,
You
the last
definitely
series,
did. I agree.
2-1, and I predicted GV, so I messed up the 2 predictions I make. So I won't predict anything for this series.
I'm glad you're being honest. I respect that. I really think, looking at our key players here, Dirty and Snake, I also want to mention Snare. Dirty, great user. Snake is the IGL of ROC, and he's basically the anchor. Unlike Horus, Horus is the anchor for the map, but Snake is the anchor for the entire team, and he manages to do so well. I'm excited for this game, not because of predicting the score. I really like watching these 2 teams or individuals play because they're very talented.
And here's the cams for you, Mr. Omar. Tell me, what do you see?
I mean, it's always the same, man. I'm just waiting for them to stand up and huddle, and it's usually Horace giving like the hype speech and whatnot. But I think they're smiling. There's a lot of confidence,
What is
to say the least. Horace is always
Horace,
just chilling.
please.
He comes in last minute, gathers the boys, tells them, "Yo, let's get this win," and moves on.
But we saw how these players can pull things off and get the game done. Like we said about Anubis Gaming, these players, each player can clutch for their team. Each player can get the game for ROC Esports. But now we're looking at the faces of TBI Esports.
Yeah, I mean, Avon, I think, is subbed for Booker, and you see what I mean? The camp, they don't look as excited. I sense some intimidation, to say the least, but it's fine. Like, you boys can manage. You're all individually very strong history. Like Hunt, for example. This guy went to Worlds twice. I think it was 2022 and 2024. One was in Vietnam, one was in China, and he was the youngest player to ever do that. He was 16 at the time. I think it's in one of his trophies there, if I'm not mistaken. Dirty's always sitting in the darkness. I like that, he likes to focus on the screen a bit more. Yeah, I don't want to be a bummer and tell you like it's gonna be ROC 2-0, but we're gonna have to wait and see. They're both Egyptians. I'm pretty sure some of these guys are friends and whatnot, and they know how to play this game to a professional level.
They all know each other.
Yeah, I'm
they
pretty
know
sure.
how they play versus each other. Especially Penguin can read and can predict most of ROC Esports players playing on this game. Subbase
I'm kind of surprised.
Yeah.
I'm really okay. It's fine to ban Ankara. Like, the ROC knows that TBI is one of their favorite maps is Ankara, but I'm surprised that TBI picked Subbase against ROC. Man, I've seen ROC perform in Subbase, and they've done phenomenal, to say the least.
And Compound for the second game. Decider will be poured on this series, our last series of day 15 on the 5th week of CrossFire West League. Now we're witnessing the last series of our day.
What do you want to ask me? What do you want to ask me?
Okay. This slide, it's my favorite question. What's your player to watch?
Player to watch? If it's gonna be Subbase, I would probably say Horus or Slayer, or both, to be honest. Penguin likes to lurk a lot. Avin is pretty decent for a sub. I don't want to call him a sub anymore, to be honest, because he's a very, very talented young man.
Yeah.
I would say Horus and Slayer because they like to play aggressive. As we said, they always huddle up, and a lot of enthusiasm and excitement. I love to see it,
Yes.
So I wish them both the best of luck, to be honest. And I really think pay attention to Horus and Slayer, because they're probably going to be either entry or anchors. Anchor means and they're holding the site on their own.
Okay, let's go for game one in our last series of this day, and we'll come back with the result.
All right, thanks very much, and welcome back, everybody. Ready to go in the last series of the day, as the desk mentioned. And I don't know about you, Jordan, but I feel like, again, this looks like it should be, in theory, a 2-0, but unless there's something where TBI have done the utmost anti-stratting in the world or preparation to cause an upset, but really it feels like ROC should be able to soar a little bit in this one.
Yeah, look, you can say what you want about a potential preparation plan for TBI, but even then, I don't think that that's necessarily going to be able to get them over the line. The fact of the matter is ROC is just pound for pound, individually 5 better players than TBI by an extremely strong margin. So there's going to have to be a lot that goes right today for TBI and a lot that goes wrong for ROC if we're to see even a map taken away by TBI. I think ROC have been a little bit up and down. They've been a little bit shaky in moments, but the way that they dispatched of 999 in day one of this week is sort of what I'm anticipating tonight's matchup to kind of look like against TBI as well. Let's not forget that 999 was able to beat TBI last week, and then they lost 10-3, 10-1 to ROC. So I'm expecting that ROC's probably going to be putting TBI to the sword here as well, and it's already kind of started here, hasn't it, Laz? It's a couple of nice openers going the way of ROC, and so far not really much of a response coming through from TBI, and it doesn't look like there will be one either. Horus just lining them up, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. You just have this absolute confidence that comes through from ROC. and an easy opening round to start things off.
Yeah, that was a really easy round. And again, just the positioning seemed a little bit awkward and a little bit weird, I'm going to be honest, for TBI. But, you know, TBI have been a very interesting team to watch. I mean, their results haven't been the greatest. Only one win that was in on the weekends for all the games, I should say. And, I mean, really, but they've caused close games. That's the same thing where I was kind of saying for Entropy that they have a better record, but their games have been pretty close. TBI, they're getting really dealt the worst hand in the world right now. But, I mean, these guys know each other. Penguin's had a lot of history, and we'll see what he's going to be able to anti-strap them maybe. But again, that's asking a whole lot. And look at how fast, even though the King finds the double, ROC, they are just throwing them across the pond here. And now Hunt all by himself. The young blood, the young gun, just recently had his birthday now. Unfortunately, maybe not going to get the gift he wanted.
No, perhaps not. Nice couple of shots in there from King. Does have to be said. You've got really across-the-board performance coming through from ROC in almost every single game that they play. Change up here from TBI. They've decided to get aggressive in toward middle, and it seems like ROC are looking to figure that out. Where have these guys gone? What's going on here? Where's the map control at the moment? Horus electing to just take matters into his own hands in toward that A side, and even with the player disadvantage, ROC have found a way to kind of split this map in half, get the C4 down, and ultimately come away with a pretty good post-plant position.
Yeah, really decent. Really good position for Horus. I love this, though. Again, they shouldn't really expect him to be here at all. And the fact that two of them might actually swing right into this could be huge. ROC have really just put a lot of aggression onto this. And now, TBI running into a bit of a bear trap right now. Horus might let them go, actually. He goes for the fight. He's able to find the double. I was thinking maybe he was going to have that trigger discipline to wait things out. So down to the 1v1. Totson, the Klutz master himself, against King. He's going to be able to take his head away. The crown is going to be removed, and ROC going to maintain their form here. A bit of a closer encounter, but they're still 3-0.
Well, it's a rough day at the office, it seems, for TBI. And we're back into another one. You know, even when TBI get themselves an advantage, it's always going to be tough to close things out against a team like ROC. And again, ROC are just not that team that's really going to relent either. They're not going to give you a slow round here, give you the chance to think. They're just going to keep on pushing, keep on pressuring, and it's exactly what we're seeing. Penguin under that pressure right from Snake, and right from the outset, he's gone for double. These guys are just too good, lads.
Yeah, they really are. That's where we talk a lot about them, right? And everybody just says, like, you know, ROC, and there's a reason. These guys are the #1 contender, you know, with them and, you know, Gaimin Gladiators for a reason. These guys are looking in really good form right now, bringing a lot of good gunfights in. Horus has had himself a really good day so far, 6-1. Everybody's just honestly hitting the shots they need to. And I've always said this about Snake, like, I always really love watching him play. Like, I think he's got a good mind for the game. Also, he does really pack a good punch on this team. I know right now he's sitting at a 2-2, but he seems to find the right moments where he can find these, like, multi-kills when his team needs them. So now TBI, I mean, man, again, when you're in this kind of a position, do we mix things up? Do we change the playbook? Looking like ROC are the ones that actually try to pop flash the door. So Hunt's going to be able to find himself a big triple kill now. Things actually might be a little bit of a shift here there, Jordan.
It's not over yet. It's there. He's going to be able to get himself down to the A side. Okay, Slayer having dropped, I think probably does say this is maybe a bridge too far to win this round now for ROC, but a 2v4 I could have seen it definitely happening, and that's why. Look at this from there. Clean, quick shot onto King, but TBI lock it down in the end. Still, if that's what it takes, if that is what it takes for you to take a round off of ROC, there's not going to be many rounds. Like, that's a huge round from TBI individually, and even then it's a bit like, ooh, this is kind of scary. Another opener from Dirty. Well, as if TBI can't shoot back.
Yeah, and honestly, the one thing too is, like, that highlight reel was from Hunt, and he's been somebody that, you know, I said this a few weeks ago when I was here, is the fact that, like, he started the season off really slow, but now he's really started to be a lot more comfortable in this team. So I love seeing him performing the way he is. And taking down some of his friends here with a triple kill like that to get around the board is definitely what they want. Dirty, capitalizing on it too. That's somebody that's also been able to really bring a lot of heat. But Horus, who other than him, man? The predicted MVP finds himself the double, leaving it just down to the IGL of Snake. A 1-on-2. He's able to find this first. Now he's been gifted the 1v1 hunt, looking for him. But look at Snake just doing all this damage. They're both wounded, limping across here on this map. And Snake will still take him out.
Yeah, he's repeaked back into the pre-fire, hasn't he? Again, a round opens pretty nicely for TBI, but just the multi-frags that come through from a player like Horus set it up, and then another nice clutch out from Snake. So Ivan won the scoreline, and it feels like we've barely even started this map, to be quite honest with you, but 6 rounds in already, and that is just the pace that ROC brings with them on this BL side when they're against a weaker team. Dirty again starts it with an opening kill. Had a multitude of 4v5s favoring TBI in this half, but not many of them being converted.
Yeah, they're really not being converted. I mean, they're doing all right for in terms of like getting some kills and stuff like that, but it's not really meaning a whole lot. Another round like this where they're fighting 3 duels, everybody's still alive. I think they've actually barely taken any damage as well. Maybe just the odd little bit. I think actually everybody's 100, but now ROC in a weird position where Totson has to be the full clutch. Does have the C4, but again, doesn't really have any work at all. He's in locker, he gets exposed, and there we go. TBI will bounce back with another round, kind of out of nowhere. And it looks like actually 2 of them are landing together. That's pretty cool.
Well, we need to see how the rest of this half is going to play out. TBI could win these last couple of rounds, then all of a sudden we're back into a conversation, but sort of at the moment feels like the assumption is this is just going to end up being 6 or 7 for ROC. No opening pick this time around for TBI, and Snare's just going to get out of dodge as that grenade lands at his feet. He's very well aware that there's a player playing aggressively in lockers. Not so sure if he knows about Hunt's position just yet. Wouldn't have had the info on that.
Ooh,
Ouch.
That's nice. Right on the edge of the smoke, too. That was not bad at all. You know, and it's funny, too, because, like, again, like, last season it was just the Snare show, right? Like, he really was, like, the playmaker. He was the guy. And then the beginning of this season, when they got signed by ROC, I felt like, to me, I'll probably get a lot of hate for this, but I felt like his performance really dipped negatively. Oh God, speaking of dipping. Okay, but it doesn't matter. It's gonna be fine. Totson, no. He's in jail.
He's low.
Yeah, he's low too.
Yeah. He's in a rough spot here between a rock and a hard place, but able to fight back. Gets the headshot onto Dirty, so the round's still not over. Could we see yet another 2v1 clutch? Nade's going to go deep, but it won't be that easy for Hunt to close this round out. Swing on the timing from Totson, but he didn't get a shot across. And TBI will get one more, so they are making ROC work for it at the moment.
Yeah, it was a lot of rounds that were being consecutive here for ROC, and now TBI have kind of figured out, okay, you know what they're doing. Okay. Jeez, I can't even believe I didn't even see him on my screen, and Snare's able to find that, so takes down Dirty. Great pickup. Hunt might be the one that's going to get tested one more time. He's the sole anchor, joined here now finally with King. He's going to actually be reconvened with his comrade, so ROC just going to just run on in. Hunt, oh my goodness, how are you alive? How did he survive this threat? But he's only able to find this one. King at least can find this double kill in conjunction. Down to the 1v1 again, Jordan. This is multiple rounds back to back we keep seeing in a clutch scenario. It's a coin flip of who can take this round away. And even right now, he's just posted up. He's waiting. He's expecting some massive lurk.
Well, Slayer's got the plant down and just going to be watching the stairs. A little jiggle peek angle for him at the missile. We'll have spotted out Avon now in the window with 25 seconds left on the clock. Avon's going to go for a back and forth rotate, just trying to throw Slayer off of his trail, but spotting out the Fetus Slayer, and the spray was not good in the end. Not from him anyway. Avon brings it back, and a couple of clutches go the way of TBI. So a 5-4 scoreline is definitely not the lead that we thought that ROC would have. We thought it would be far more than that.
Yeah, this is actually really surprising. Like, again, and I don't want to take anything away from TBI, but I'm just so surprised. I feel like it was like a 5-1 at one point. And then honestly, it was just TBI that were able to close off the half. They don't win the half, obviously, but they put themselves in a position where they're only down by 1. So really, ROC, you know, I was thinking TBI were going to get humbled here, but ROC are the ones that are getting a bit more of a reality check that you can't just run over any team at all. And there was a big question about Penguin and just how much he knows their play and some of their tendencies and all that history he's been able to have with them. So this thing has turned into a very close encounter. But now ROC going to be on the defense. This is where we'll have to see. Horus is actually going to change up his position a little bit. So he's anchoring the A site this time. They mixed him around a little bit now. Oh, now he's got to get out. This is bad. No, now you can get out. And he gets away with another duel. So that's a good pickup already.
.4v4 will ensue. Slayer not afraid of holding on to Locker's solo. He's going to still continue to play in that forward position, even though he doesn't really have a huge amount of backup here at all. There is an offensive coming in his direction. Totson coming across on the timing. This could work out quite poorly for TBI if they get it wrong. Penguin forward and throwing that piece of util has given away his position. Hunt now spotted out as well. The trade should come through. Totson there for it. Numbers will be maintained by ROC and map control as well. Arvin, thinking about all the fighting that's happening, has decided, hey, it's probably open on the A site. And he has swindled his way in there, but the bomb not with him. And caught in transition as well by Snare. So job is very tough for going forward now for Arvin.
Yeah, it's really tough indeed. And like you said, he's going to fight for that C4. So this is even worse. With only 30 seconds too. I mean, find this duel. Okay, not bad. He has to clear up 2 more players on the right-hand side. But yeah, luckily for ROC, a good reposition. Handle the threat. They do a good job. Get that first round in the bag. So they're going to be able to bounce back a little bit here. But some good good repositioning from Slayer. I really like the fact that he actually just jumped off the light there. He didn't actually just commit to it. And some good teamwork from them. So they put themselves into 2 round. But now Slayer getting dropped early. Can raise a few eyebrows here in TBI. They're not gonna, you know, they're not gonna take anything away with that duel. They're actually just gonna kind of post back a little bit in the outskirts of mid. Maybe even, you know, tease the idea of a B hit here, which actually wouldn't be bad at all because right now you can see the defense has been kind of reconfigured.
Bit of aggression out for ROC in this round. B has been left extremely open, and with that kill, they may just lose the site completely. TBI have been able to waltz on in. That's 2 beautiful frags and a nice mid-round call just to pick the pace up. ROC should not be anywhere close to winning this round, but you know that they might be able to find a way. Horus has picked up a kill on a dirty snake with a spam battle through. The smoke goes down. It'd be Horus for a 1v5, by the way, if ROC were to pick this round up. He has started it extremely well. 2 clean kills to kick it off.
Ooh, not bad at all. Horus actually. Ooh, this is weird. Is it really hunting him? Okay, things are fine. I was getting a little nervous, Jordan, because like for me, like when you're on the post plant like that and like you're just going for fights, like I always want to see teams like just have that trade. So the fact that they're just kind of like extending a bit, it always makes me a little bit nervous, just because that really does create like the 1v1s, right? It just gives that small opening enough. But no harm, no foul. It's fine.
All right. Slower approach from both teams in this round than in the previous. No more all-out aggression from ROC. And TBI, a very reserved approach as well, it has to be said. Waiting to see if they're going to get a pick, and that doesn't appear to be getting given to them.
Message press game anymore. TBI. Full exec. Horus is just going to wait things out. He's actually going into the swing. He's not able to really make much of it. A lot of players here in radio. TBI do have a lot of time if they want. They could actually just pull back on this, and that's exactly what they do. This is nice because now ROC are just burning all the utility. They're just getting themselves back in a retake scenario for A, realizing, okay, they're not actually committing to this yet. Snake was trying to be a little bit cheeky on the edge of the stairs and maybe catch him off guard. But he's going to get cleared. He's going to get eradicated, and TBI now, they're winning these fights. Wounded players of ROC remaining. Slayer and Snare. The 2-on-3, still the advantage for TBI.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
That shot might have been the opportunity back into the round for ROC, but it doesn't look like it's going to be the case this time around. Snare with a 1v3 ahead is unlikely to be getting too much done. So that'll be that. And TBI bring it back to even numbers. 6-6 will be the scoreline here. This is way closer than we had anticipated it being. But got to give some credit to TBI for taking on the team at the moment that's sitting at the top of the standings. I mean, think about how ROC was able to dismantle Gaimin Gladiators earlier in the week, yesterday, on sub-base 10-4. And they're really struggling against TBI at the moment.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking originally, like this, you know, like realistically, it feels like ROC should be able to just kind of plow them, right? And just kind of do a good job to really get a convincing win. But that's where I kind of made the cheeky comment in the beginning of like, yeah, look, maybe TBI have done some preparation, maybe, right? And I know we were all kind of thinking like, nah, pretty unlikely. But now it's really starting to become evident that they're really starting to hit the shots. Their game plan is working well. Penguin, you know, notoriously known for being slow on his plays. And ROC have now put themselves in a 5-1 lead that's turned into a 6-6. It's not the greatest position for them in the world, but TBI just fighting for map control as much as possible. And I'm wondering if Hunt's actually going to go for the hunt, or go for the hunt, funny enough with the pun, but if he's going to try to look for a pick in towards B, maybe. They might meet his maker with Slayer once again boosted on the light.
Sure what the 360s are about there, but he's managed to get the kill onto Hunt anyway. Glad that he wasn't caught on a timing turning away. This round seems like it's a bit of a foregone conclusion. TBI not posing too much of a threat to ROC in this one. There's just a lot of sort of poke battles back and forth around the map here. TBI hoping that they're going to be able to equalize the numbers somehow, but it does feel like a bit of an inevitability that ROC is walking away with these engagements. Now down to a 2-on-5. Well, that was a pretty uninspired round from Penguin and TBI.
Yeah, again, nice for ROC to be able to find themselves in a better position here for getting a round back on the board and doing it a little bit more of a puff chest here, right? A little bit more confidence and feeling a little bit better. But yeah, this has really just been a back and forth encounter. And again, this was, if I'm not mistaken, this was TBI's map pick 2. And I feel like I've never really been convinced that ROC is like a strong sub-base team. Not a bad one by any means, but this is definitely kind of showing a little bit of improvements that they're going to need later down the season as well. You know, getting into those playoffs, things like that. But TBI really making things very interesting for the opening map here of this last series.
Might just be getting away from them a little bit now, though, with that opening pick going the way of ROC again and then being up 7-6. Just, it feels like, again, one of those maps where you have an underdog up against a favorite and it looks like it's competitive, but ultimately, at the end of the day, that favorite team is just going to sort of waltz away with a ultimately pretty clean looking sort of like, 10-7 or something like that, which was not too bad. Oftentimes when you're looking for an upset from an underdog against a massive favorite, it really has to be done from the front. And TBI do feel like for the most part they're kind of playing catch up here. Player Hasn't been able to get that kill on the Arvin quickly enough to keep Snare alive, so that's a bit of a problem for ROC. But they still have pretty good control in this round. C4 will be retrieved by TBI, but a 2v3 to await these remaining couple of members.
Yeah, I think for ROC right now, too, if they can be in the position to, again, play these numbers to their advantage. They got a little bit of a triangle happening right now. I like this. Because now they're going to make TBI do all the work. There's no reason for ROC to extend it all. There's no reason for them to even, like, really get out of this site. They just play together as a unit. You know, in theory, that should be good. Unless we see, like, someone like Hunt or maybe Dirty finding a double kill here. That could really shake things up. Snake does go for a bit of a one-on-one fight, but at least it's a one-on-one trade, and there we go. A nice little bit of a crisp headshot to cool things off. Not bad at all. That's going to allow now ROC to be on an 8th point. So giving themselves back into a lead. Not as comfortable, but a little bit more fitting here, Jordan.
Yeah. And Snake. I'm going to try a little bit of calculated aggression this round. He did have his teammates there in control room as well. If push came to shove, there was a trade chance or a full-on pitched battle opportunity for ROC. They had the numbers there that was required. So I like that. Pretty nicely informed push for ROC. Like I said, you know, this has been a pretty competitive map so far, but it does just feel towards the back end a lot of the time in these mismatched games. The favorite almost always comes out on top, and it ultimately ends up feeling reasonably comfortable, even if it wasn't earlier on. Horrors for 3. Dirty. The last player standing for TBI before we will inevitably go to a 9-8 scoreline.
Yeah, not bad at all. And it just, who other than Horus, right? Find himself a triple kill like that. Sitting himself at 20-9. Loving the performance we're getting from him here on the first map. All right, TBI. A long road ahead of them here. 3 to push to an overtime, but ROC only needing the 1 to get this one done. And we move things over to Compound, which is ROC's home ground, their stomping grounds, if you will. So TBI do have the 5-on-4 advantage for them. They've removed the arm of Snare, but Totson has actually picked it up for himself now. Slayer playing the light again. He's actually been just constantly playing this position. I don't know why. I mean, it's a good position, but I feel like you can definitely get a little bit used a little bit at times too. But TBL, we'll see if they actually predict this.
Well, it should absolutely be checked now that they've seen him out there before. And sort of was there by King, but Slayer's still been able to get himself a couple, and Totson in with the Orb in hand this time. It's not his traditional weapon. Just managed to get himself a kill. He knows that there's players close by here as well. Hunt for a big spray down, gets himself a second. He is holding onto the C4 though, so if Snake goes for a swing in here and gets that kill, it'll be a bit of a ruckus. That is it. Hunt dropping, and Dirty, his position on the left side of this engagement, a bit of a tenuous one, as Snake will be a very patient man waiting behind the box. Off he goes for a little bit of a swing, has a look, finds Dirty's position. Now another swing back on in, looking to close this map out. Get it done 10-6. Time ticking away from Dirty, but he's still got a lot to work with. And it looks like Snake's going to give him the plant.
Oh, he's going to fight too. Yeah, he's actually going to just little jabs here and there. Misses the shot. Oh my goodness, I can't believe this. He's going to get thrown. Snake just waiting for him. He's just playing so patient, man. Cool, calm, and collected. And there it is, collecting this first map. So ROC are going to be able to get this thing done. 10-6 in their favor. It was looking a little bit bumpy, but at least they get the smooth ride done. And they're going to get themselves off with a 1-0 in this best of 3.
Yeah, super solid stuff from Snake. Again, looking really calm in that clutch, like you said. It just didn't really seem like he was ever doubting himself. And so it's the job done nicely for ROC Esports, as they do indeed pick up map 1. Look, it wasn't maybe as clean as it perhaps could have been, given how that first half was going. It was something like a 5-1 scoreline, and you know, you could have really snowballed that if ROC had their way. But ultimately a 10-6 scoreline is still not a bad one by any stretch of the imagination. So I think ROC can walk away from that one pretty happy. And look, as long as they get the 2-0 today, I don't think anyone's going to be complaining too much.
Yeah, I agree. And I think it is a good point to make that, a 10-6, even though it's a loss, is not a bad thing here for TBI. Like, again, I think we're seeing a lot of improvements. Again, a team that I kind of put them the same as Entropy, where I don't know if this was the season they were going to be like really dominant. I felt like, this split will be interesting. Second split, I think they're going to be a whole lot better, just giving them some time, some reputation to get themselves a little bit better of a system. We're already seeing that. They're making games somewhat competitive. They just can't get any wins, unfortunately. This is a tough one to ask for. But nonetheless, I mean, still decent score lines, against some of the top competitors in the league. But
yeah, we'll have to wait and see, obviously, whether or not TBI can actually salvage anything of substance out of this. It's one of those question marks of, what are you actually happy with, right? As a team like TBI, are you happy with a close map? Are you happy with getting a map? Are you happy only if you win the series? Look, it's obviously partly to do with your expectations for the series and partly to do with the reality of the situation that does present itself. But I tend to agree that I think that there is some takeaways there that are positives for TBI for sure. Look, if I was in their shoes, I probably would have wanted to get it a little bit closer than 10-6, because to me, 10-6 still feels like that was, maybe we were competitive in a couple of rounds, but generally speaking, a pretty confident victory for ROC. If they could have pushed it to 10-8 and really got them right there to the edge, then all of a sudden you're going, okay, we've done pretty well on that map. But I don't think they quite got there in the end. But look, either way, that's a conversation to happen later on down the track. Now we'll head to a short break and then we'll be jumping back in for map 2. So see you soon.
And as expected, a very fast game between ROC Esports and TBI. ROC Esports gets the very first win in this series on TBI's map, on a game or a map that's supposed to go for TBI, but we expected that, and the fans maybe expected as well.
Yeah, I mean, we did mention it earlier pre-match that TBI picked sub-base, which was kind of unusual because if we did our math and our homework, I don't think ROC's ever lost sub-base before, so that was pretty unusual from their management. But to say the least, I mean, that's not the only element that caused this victory or loss. Either way, we're looking at the set summary now, man. I'd like to break it down a little bit. Just like I said, we're going to highlight Horus and Slayer. They do have the highest KDA, and I'm pretty sure that's kind of the momentum into why they picked sub-base, you know? Or, sorry, as to why I pointed out that they're going to play strong in sub-base.
You called it right, and from my perspective, TBI did play this game very well. 10-6, and not that huge gap. But it was fast. It was like a fast rushed game.
Yes, I mean, to say the least, ROC, when they're super confident at this pace, they can play both sides exceptionally well and manage their best. Like the opponents never really expect it unless they've done their homework. ROC will literally play on the GR side and push you and literally push you and do like phenomenal. They get picks early on and then they put TBI at a disadvantage and make it 10 times more challenging to win the round.
Yes, for me it was like a casual game between TBI and ROC Esports. They played really nice, and they, like you said, and you called it first, ROC Esports love to play on sub base.
Yes.
But I think TBI was cornered through the draft or not draft. So ROC Esports a point away from winning this series and building a lead for themselves again, and maybe staying on this third place, or even
Pushing towards the
waiting,
second, yeah.
yes, waiting the GG and UNK next matches. So it's a huge win for ROC Esports. But what, let's say, benefits can TBI get from this series?
I mean, TBI won't benefit that much because at least the only thing they're benefiting right now is exposure, that they're capable of playing teams like ROC and the other elite teams and learning from them and giving them like it's always there's a quote which says the more you lose, the sooner you're gonna win, because once you practice and you maintain that not lose streak, to say the least, but at least if you're learning from your mistakes, eventually you're gonna reach a point where you're winning.
Do you think TBI can square things again?
Not in this series, no. I have to admit,
not versus ROC Esports for the second game of this series, the last series of this day, maybe the last game of the day. We go to the casters and we come back with the result.
All right, thanks very much, gentlemen. And yeah, look, it's hard to ignore. I mean, we're going to Compound as the second map. Honestly, like I said, I feel like this is the stomping grounds for a team like ROC. Honestly, I think for them, they would have to really, really fumble this if they were going to lose it. Where I think, they should have a 2-0 done. But unless, Jordan, you got any insights that I might be overlooking here?
Listen, man, when you cast with me, you got to know one thing, and it's that I'm always the realist. I will be the biggest pessimist if the situation calls for it, and it's exactly the same as when we came into this one. I sort of said, look, I think TBI are getting 2-0 today, and I haven't changed my opinion. I will give them some credit after having seen a pretty good sub base out from TBI. They can definitely shoot back, but I still think ROC's going to be a little bit too much for them to handle. So, yeah, I'll be sticking with my 2-0. So I'm in agreement with you and the desk.
Well, that's the one thing I do love about you, Jordan. You're right. Being a realist, and I agree. Like, it's I'm the same way as well. I'm trying to take that little bit of a trade as well, because it's just hard not to think like, look, like really, this one, unfortunately for TBI, like I said, dealt a pretty bad hand in terms of the competition they have to play, but it's a good opportunity for them just to continue working on things and also to make things as competitive as they can. And like you said, the first map wasn't too bad. Would have been better if it was a 10-8, but nonetheless, a 10-6 is still pretty good against the number 1, number 2 team in the league. So we'll see. Also a map where there's a lot of demo against ROC, so that's kind of the nice big advantage here for TBI to maybe use that. Now they get the match with firepower as well. Not bad for Haven, but it's a one and done. ROC now, they have to worry about this threat of Hunt, and oh man, it's just a clean sweep. This should be over.
Yeah, such a fast plan out there as well from Snake. He's got ultimate faith in his teammates covering B main. It doesn't look like TBI are going to be quite so confident on the retake. They're very scared about the potential flank, and there it is. So that'll help things out. Snare's gone a little bit too early there. But still 20 seconds only on the clock, and TBI are waiting for the smokes to fade so that they can enter that B bomb site. This is going to have to be extremely clean from them on the entry, and that's exactly what it is. Okay. First round in the back pocket for TBI.
And this is like, I don't know about you, Jordan, but I feel like, in my opinion, out of all the maps in the pool right now, I always say that I feel like this map is probably going to be probably one of the hardest maps to retake on that B site. Like when you have the C4 down, like I feel like you don't have a lot to work with. So the fact that they were able to squeeze in like that, and Penguin was able to find a double kill in that kind of a position, that's not very common.
Nope, definitely not. I mean, that's a great retake from TBI, it has to be said. Slayer is going to try to be a bit aggressive in middle there and does end up giving himself back up after getting a nice opening kill, but that's meant that Arvin is kind of on his own over towards B. Eventually that rotate did come through from Dirty, but they couldn't fight together, so it's multiple 1vXs that ROC are able to win. Then we have another retake situation on B, but this time numbers disadvantage for TBI, and that may go further if Horus spots out Penguin through the smoke here. He certainly seems to have a pretty good read on it, and there it is, the spray in to the end of Penguin. King down low as well to the hands of Snake. Should not be getting any further into this round, so we'll be finding ourselves at a 1-1 scoreline.
Oh yeah. Indeed we will. Not bad at all. Yeah, the one thing that, you know, again, for TBI, like I said, I mentioned this in the first map, but, you know, Hunt is definitely somebody that's been really improving. Dirty has really had himself a great start to the season. He was, like, putting up some big numbers in the beginning. I remember that, actually, and honestly, it's so good to see because I was thinking he's a really cool prospect that's in the region, so seeing him starting off with a 3-1 right now, not bad at all. But, I mean, for ROC, again, they just got to make sure they don't get a little bit over careless on this. They just still got to play their game. And see what they're going to be able to find. A little bit of commotion happening in middle. Still a little bit of a default setup, though, from TBI for the time being.
I can see that round is still playing out in the background of those player cameras.
Yeah, I think we just had a tech issue. I thought it was me. I was like, oh.
I thought so too, but you kept casting. I was like, oh, you must be seeing what's going on. You know, this guy's kind of good.
It was like jittering a bit, and I was like, oh, okay. Well, and then it really just froze.
Yeah. I thought I was the problem, but I think maybe the observer PC or something like that might have just had a little bit of a moment.
Well, you know, a lot of action here today, so maybe the PC got a little hot. Just needs to cool down.
So I think Horus has just died. But everybody else is looking pretty locked in on the round at the moment. Totson may have fallen there too. You sometimes can tell just based on how the players have reacted. And there you go, Horus and Totson both dead. Damn, I must be good at this job. That's all I'm going to say. Can't even see the game, and I already knew who was dead for ROC. But Arvin and Dirty in the 2v3 now. Do bring it back to 2v2. So there is something to be said for this one. Snake going to get himself boosted up into the window. Time ticking away here from TBI. They start to have to push their way into that bomb site. Snare under pressure, needs some help, gets it from Snake, and there's the re-swing from Snare. So in the end, another round for ROC Esports.
Picking up rounds, round by round here, and I mean, this is the cool thing about this team, right? Like, I mean, we lightly touched on it, but again, for people that may not be aware, I feel like most people that are watching in the chat know, but, you know, ROC, you know, last year in Summer Champs, they were, you know, doing some really good international damage on this map. Like, they were actually beating some of the best teams in the world, and, you know, it was cool to see. That's where I was saying, like, this is like their staple, right? Like, these guys are a really proficient team on a map like this, but that's where they just have to maintain that form, right? And that's where I was saying there's so much demo against them, but not really much demo to watch when you have players just hitting shots left, right, and center. And now, I mean, the first little bit of a duel back for TBI's Penguin, but that's just kind of a gimme for the time being.
Yeah, that was a crazy start to the round for ROC, but they have at least given back one to TBI. B-side fully taken, though, so I don't really like TBI's chances in this one, assuming Totson is able to survive, and he's going to get some helping utility from his teammates. Flash going over the top, gets the smoke down now as well. Bomb plant in. 4v3 secured here in the post plant for ROC. Him coming around from the back. He'll have to win his solo duel. That's not an easy task when you've got so many angles to check. Slayer makes short work of him, so not many options left for Penguin and Dirty, but to just jump through this smoke and hope for the best, and ultimately you're walking into a firing squad there, so ROC will finish off yet another round.
Yeah, starting to look a lot better. I mean, I was kind of surprised initially when TBI got the first round. I was like, okay, I like this. You know, this might be a little bit more competitive. Now ROC are starting to get back into fighting form a little bit. Gloves are actually on this time. They're laced up. They're looking good. TBI, I'm definitely waiting to see, like, you know, a lot of teams, they always like, you know, on the GR side, they like to fight for that mid control. They like to be a little bit more aggro. We saw, you know, I think that was Anubis that always had, you know, where we see King right now just playing A Jenny. So I do like those kind of setups at times. Would always prefer the more bodies in that for the trade, but TBI, you know, I feel like if they can play a little bit more unorthodox, a little bit more like random, that actually might benefit them. But it kind of makes me wonder if Penguin even likes that kind of a system with these guys, or if he really just likes playing an actual full-on structure.
Good question. Might get the chance to ask them Monday. Perhaps today will not be that day, because I guess if we're getting a winner's interview, it's probably going to be with ROC. At least the way things are going so far. Haven't made too many inroads in this round. They've done a little bit of damage to Dirty and Penguin. Now Dirty has been spotted out. Missed shot on both sides from both snipers. Engagement in mid, though, is going to go the way of ROC initially until it's brought back by King. So 2-for-2 trade. Leaves it hanging in the balance at the moment, though I wouldn't really like to be in Arvin's shoes holding over on that B-side solo. Nor would I like to be in King's shoes trying to hold on to mid solo. It ends up kind of being a couple of 3v1s here for TBI to try to negotiate. There's a wrapping around from the back. Dirty got himself one, but no more than that. And pushing out of the A bomb side, it's given that info over to ROC that, well, he was probably the A defender. So that'll be an easy plant in the end, and Arvin passed with the retake solo.
Yeah, never a fun one. At least he's got the AK in hand, though. Got some time, a little bit of time to work with here, but not much. Totson is in a really good position here, because he should be the one that's going to be the first encounter, and then Snare should be able to help him out. Ooh, actually, okay, that was a little bit closer than I thought. I like the idea. I mean, the idea from ROC was good. The execution a little bit more sloppy than I thought, but really good attempt from Avin, though. Honestly, like, he was dealt a really unfortunate situation there, but he almost made work of it, right? I mean, he just needed to be able to find that second shot on Snare and just missing it.
Ooh. Not a bad opening exchange there for Dirty, but unfortunately unable to land the shot. He had the right line, he had the right idea, but the execution just missing out. Look at the setup of this round. It's absolute madness. You've got two players from the GR side that are now behind ROC Esports. And unfortunately, it's not quite gone to plan. They are pretty aware that there's another player, and Snake's just baited him. Oh, he's just baited him. Those two shots have drawn out the peak from Penguin, and Snake flew all along. He's got himself a nice little kill, but it's still 3-on-3. It's a wild-looking round out from TBI, but something about it is working.
Ooh, yeah, that's not bad at all. Nice shot. 3-on-2, though, and bomb's still retrievable. And all it's going to take is just one of these players from TBI. Like, you can see, like, King, he's playing a really, yeah, again, aggressive in middle. I just don't think it's worth it. Like, I get you're looking for info, but that was, like, a situation where he actually swung. Like, he was, like, really jiggling. And not even jiggling, he was actually just swinging. What am I talking about? But again, now they're going to refight for mid. That's going to be the C4 carrier, so this is not good for Snake. He needs his teammate to kind of get a little bit more of a hustle here. Slayer trying his best. He's in the safe site. Snake is somehow alive in this situation. Oh my god, and he gets the timing of that too. And now this advantage, what was for TBI, is just falling apart. And now it's all down to Hunt. He is the one that has to be a clutch factor.
Yeah, the fact that they've crossed both the players into the site as well is going to make this so much more difficult. Hunt walking his way forward. Timing on the spray there from Slayer was almost perfect. Either way, he's got some damage done. He'll just take the fight himself and say thank you very much. Another one there for ROC Esports.
Yeah, and that's honestly like some really good experience, and that's where we talk a lot about like comfortability on the map, right? Like that's where I said originally, like, this is a team that internationally has been very competitive with. You're seeing it here, right? Even in that, like, 3-on-2, might have been 4-on-2, I can't even remember now, but I mean, it was a huge advantage for TBI, and just the fact that their positioning, they didn't really know what they were doing with it. ROC really just were able to isolate a lot of fights and made it into a winning round for them when really on paper it shouldn't have been. But now all of a sudden with this round especially, we're just, you know, under the 2-minute mark and we're talking about a 4-on-2. Like, this is now where TBI, they're losing people quick.
They're losing rounds quick as well. This is kind of starting to blow out a bit. 5-1. Same sort of scoreline that we saw on the first map, and you don't really often get the opportunity to come back from that scoreline against ROC. So the fact that TBI were, in a sense, able to do that on sub base makes me wonder if they can do it again here on compound. But I'm not too excited about the possibility, to be quite honest with you. And nor am I too excited about that flash from Slayer. It didn't quite go the way he wanted it to, but either way, he's getting his job done there in mid. It's the 1-for-1. And now Dirty's position unveiled, and the rest of ROC are going to face and take him down. So 6-1 the score now as we progress through this first half, and no real sense of a slip up just yet from ROC on the map.
Yeah, a couple of close encounters. Like, rounds have been moderately competitive, right, in terms of, like, you know, 2v2s, 3v2s, things like that. But ROC have really been able to handle every situation, it feels like, for the most part, in their favor. So for TBI, they knew this, right? There was a lot riding on, you know, for the first map to go their way to make this a 3-map series. Like, Subbase was a really good pick for them. Just couldn't get the job done. Now they knew, like, this map could be a wash. Yeah, everybody knows that ROC is a really good, you know, good competitor on this one. And now TBI. King getting a little bit overzealous on this. Does kind of a peek again by himself. No trade. Nobody there to help him. ROC are just going to run on in. Dirty now. Looking for a little bit of a jump spot. Should be an instant trade. Ooh, indeed it's not, actually. Snare. His timing was just a little bit off. So ROC playing a little bit different than I was expecting. Snare misses a shot, but a pistol gets it done. Jordan, they're just bullying now.
I'm surprised Snare's going to play this aggressively on A long when he doesn't have teammates probing anywhere else on the map. It might be an intentional thing, though, to try and trick TBI into thinking that this is going to be an A take. You don't normally have a sole player doing this. Like, this is crazy from Snare. He should never be doing this solo, and he's drawn out that rotation. That's kind of working by design, to be quite honest, there for ROC. The fact that it's pulled Hunt into middle has given Slayer a kill, but Arvin doubles down on the B bomb side, and that might just be enough to win the round. So TBI were not completely fooled. Let's see, though, what Slayer can get up to in the 2-on-1.
Yeah, if anybody can do it, it's definitely Slayer. So he's already going to be able to pick up the C4. He could actually leave this if he wants, but he's got to go. Like, he's only got 30 seconds, so he's got to make that decision now. Avin's kind of communicating a little bit here, like, hey, there's a good possibility he's actually going to, you know, retreat this. But Penguin, thankfully, is...
Sure.
Yeah, this is good, though, because Penguin's going to get the crossover. He should be able to spot Slayer. There it is. Jigs up. Now they're going to get the rotates in.
He's still going to get the plant down, though, before they get into this site. So he can set himself up for a post plant, and that is a nice open plant as well. He's got lots of options here, but timing of the swings is going to be crucial, and Arvin goes down early now. It's Penguin in the 1v1. He's going to pop himself a flash out there just to provide a little bit of space. Back up, changing his position. Deeper into the site now, and Penguin pushing his way forward. 5 bullets left in the pistol for Slayer, and he only needs a couple of them. As yet another round is going to go the way of ROC, and it feels really quite like a formality at this point. We're not even getting that excited about these round victories. 7-1. How much further can they push this?
Yeah, you just got to give it up to him, man. Like, ROC just looking stellar. Like, playing everything their way. Clutch is going their way. That's the thing. Like, TBI, like, they got the opening round, and that was it. That was just enough for ROC to go, you know what? Nah, we're not doing this. This is our map. This is our control. Horus is just going to guns blaze and kick down the door. He's going to run into this B site, and look at this now. Like, TBI in a terrible position here for a retake. They got some utility on Penguin, but he goes down in the middle of the sentence, and now it's all over. Like, this is a 7-1. This should be done and dusted here for an 8-1 scoreline. HP's low here for 3 players of ROC, but that's giving up a position that King can somehow, in some way, be able to find 3 fights without getting taken out. And he's already getting flanked, and there we go.
Yeah, that's rough. Real rough indeed. Second half, only a couple of rounds to play with for TBI. This was a little bit more what the expectation was for that first map. ROC maybe taking their foot off the gas more so in sub-base, but not the case here on Compound, which has traditionally been like their go-to map. Snare spots out TBI early on in the piece here, and he's going to go for the challenge. He's got members here to help him out as well that can swing if he'll go down. Look at this crossfire, this read. ROC perfectly poised to defend against that push from TBI, and there is nothing you're going to be able to do in a round like that as TBI. 9 secured for ROC, and they are 1 round away from closing this map and series out.
Honestly, if we see ROC even able to close this out with a 10-1, like, it just proves that, again, like, they're just such a dominant force on this map, and that kind of just shows you that, you know, allowing this in the veto was probably not the best option. I felt like TBI could have been a little bit cheeky and gone for an instant ban on it, but instead, when we were looking at the vetoes, they were the ones that banned Mexico right away. And then they were the ones that banned Eagle Eye, so they kind of were thinking that, you know, I felt like those could have actually been a little bit of a cheeky one, but now they're getting a little bit of a taste of the medicine and giving ROC a man advantage once again here for the map and series point to potentially end this day here. What do they even do? Like, I just feel like everything they've tried is just really backfired.
Dirty. Trying to find a way to equalize the numbers here somewhat for his side. Knows how grim this looks. 9-1 down. Also down 4 on 5 on what could be the final round of the map. He could be the difference maker to bring this one back for TBI, at least in this instance, but hasn't been given anything by ROC at all. Watson. Just info. His timing. Sublime. Ivan will go down. Big spread across the map from TBI. Horus is going to go looking for some info as well. He'll get probably more than he can bargain for, but Totson doing such a great job of moving towards B is still keeping this very much in check for ROC, even if they're losing members all over the place. Snake spotted out as well by Penguin. That's a crazy shot. Snake did get King in the meanwhile, and that's it. Snare will get it done. 10-1 today for the final map, and ROC finish it off 2-0, and we secure an entire weekend of 2-0s, lads.
Yeah, that's unheard of, actually, I think, because I know for me in the very beginning of the season, it was like there was a bunch of 2-1s and a lot of close encounters, but now teams are starting to, you know, be really warmed up. Teams are really starting to play their full game, and yeah, that's madness, man. The fact that we have a flawless weekend, like, that is just kind of crazy to think about. And there was a lot of good matches and a lot of different storylines that could have really gone the distance, but either way, that's definitely one for a little bit of the history books on here for CFWL.
Yeah, it definitely sets us up nicely for next week as well. There was some shakiness, I think, from some teams this week that they're going to want to try to figure out for next week, but across the board, good wins indeed. That's all from us, though, on the casting desk for this week. Hope you guys have enjoyed it. We'll hand it back over to the desk to finish things up. See you guys.
Thanks, Selfish Guy, lads. We're back, Omar.
Thank you, guys.
A quick series from ROC Esports, as predicted, which is, I was skeptical a little bit that TBI may perform very good on this specific second game, but TBI fall back really hard, and ROC Esports get to manage a game that I can call a stop.
I mean, this is the definition of Crossfire, and ROC, I'm pretty sure, just executed it perfectly, to say the least. Very impressive performance. I'm not even sure who to give MVP to. I'm baffled, but they all played exceptionally well, and it was entertaining to watch, you know, to say the least. It was very, very good.
Totally agree. In a game like it goes 10-1 or 10-2.
Yeah, that's harsh.
Yes, and TBI, I don't have a word to describe that. I'm a little bit disappointed from the TBI performance, but this is just a series and versus ROC Esports. But ROC Esports, as they put a statement that they are coming back, they are going up on the standing, and it's really convenient that we call ROC Esports. They know they are the leaders. They are the number one nominate for this or contenders for this season. They want to be number one. They want to
For not
go
just for the season, they did mention they're aiming to qualify not just the playoffs, but for the what we used to call like you can call it Worlds, you can call it the World Cup, you can call it whatever you want, but overall that's what they're aiming for. You know, Slayer, just like I mentioned, Horns and Slayer, they're very impressive on this map to say the least because. I don't know what else to say. Like this is the kind of map where the entries and the people really know how to like execute. It's not based on the OMS, right? There's plenty of multi-kills across the board, a lot of information, a lot of sneakiness and lurks, especially from Slayer. I think he went down that vent like 3-4 times at least, and he managed to secure some kills. And it's always the same, you know, like even on defense side, ROC would get a pick or two, or TBI would just run in without even any utility, which makes no sense to me.
ROC Esports was very comfortable on this map, and they executed really well. 10-1 on this game makes a series for ROC Esports. Slayer on this specific highlights shows a great performance. As you know, when you are on a game 10-1, each player has his time, his moments, and it's a free for all players to play. And ROC Esports right now on the top of the standings, waiting for GG and UNK's upcoming match.
Yeah, I mean, next week's going to be pretty interesting. We're going to have to wait and see. I'm really excited to see GG, UNK, and Anubis play as well because it's going to be a challenge none the least. Yeah, ROC is on their 12th match, and so is TBI. And I don't want to say it's game over for TBI, but at least if I were them, I would just do my best and do diligence in the previous matches and this one and the coming ones to just study the other teams in the league at a more competitive level. I'm not sure about next week, but I really think the real competition is going to be between ROC and GG, and the real competition is going to be between Anubis and unKnights.
Yes.
Or GB, GB is like, you know what I mean? I mean for top 4 at least. GB, it's going to need a miracle. It's going to need like a miracle or something, you know?
I'm aiming for some surprises, for some story lines, but you're right. UNK and Anubis, they have their own
category,
but this is it for today. This is for our week, the 5th week of CrossFire West League. Thank you, Omar, for being with me.
Thank you, Zika. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you guys next week as well. Hopefully, same time. Sure. Best of luck. Enjoy your weekend.
Week 6. See you next week. Thank you.
Night.